Yo, Rock,
All
my
right.
man, how's it going? It's more like it's going to be like a therapy session, this one. And it's not gonna be a post-match analysis.
I need my therapy from you, Laird. I need you to make me feel better about today. You're the only one who can accomplish such a monumental task.
No, I'm not gonna do that because you were right, man. You told me that Pioli is gonna be stubborn and not change it, the 4-3-3,
I knew
and
it.
that's what he did.
Yeah.
That's what he did. He did exactly what he said. As a stubborn coach, he didn't change is 4-2-3-1, but he actually did even worse. He added a player that is not on form, CDK, which actually played pretty good in my opinion.
He added a few players who are not in form. Rebic, CDK, Gabia, a lot of
Yeah,
players that are not in form.
yeah. I just he completely got it not wrong because he got it wrong the game before. He just didn't understand completely at all the issue, which is, in my opinion, even worse than getting it wrong.
He
Not
doubled
understanding.
he
Yeah.
doubled down. That's what happened. He saw that Sassuolo were in a bad run of form. We have 70,000 fans in the stadium. We're playing at home. All of the elements, the context of the game, it would be very hard for him to admit that he's wrong and his setup is not a winning formula. And I think he placed his bets on his ideas today with the context of the game, and it didn't pay off.
Yep. Completely. I mean, we are what we are. We are. I am. I work in marketing, and I jump on YouTube to talk about football. What do you do for a living, if you don't mind me
Well,
asking?
I do work in football. I'm a
I,
director for a soccer company, Stronger Youth Brands, and we run soccer programs around the world, over 1 million kids. And then I coach two club teams part time for fun. So I'm around football all the time, all day, every day. So
and and we knew that the 4-3-3 is the only option.
yeah, I told you in the chat before. I played a 4-2-3-1 with my club team, and had an undefeated season. And this season, a lot of the teams have figured it out, and we lost our first two games pretty badly. Got dominated in midfield, very similar to what we're seeing with Milan. I changed the formation immediately and taught a new formation, and it solidified the team a lot more. We stopped conceding so many goals. We squeaked out a couple of ties and narrow victories, but we turned the season around. And I'm just a youth coach, man. And I realized, okay, this 4-2-3-1's not working. I need to make a change. I need to admit that I'm wrong and put effort
Yeah.
into teaching my players a new formation, and just having humility,
Yeah.
But at those high levels, Lair, it's so hard to admit that you're wrong in front of those people.
The problem I have, and I'm gonna go on a comment after this,
Mhm.
that I don't want Pioli to admit that he is wrong with his formation because on the bigger picture, I don't think he's wrong on a 4-2-3-1. My problem is with Pioli is that his players are not running with the brain. They're not smart enough to cover the pitch properly. And that is so evident. Everyone can see it there. So what do you do? Do you wait until your players come back on track and cover the pitch properly? You cannot wait that because you are the coach of Milan. If you wait another week, you are out of top four, so you make the club lose millions.
Mhm.
So waiting is madness, in my opinion. You need to react quickly and admit that you need to add another midfielder so those spaces are going to be covered easily
Yeah.
with less struggle, with less running, with less sprinting, because the players are going to be already there. So they don't need to sprint more. And maybe you're going to be ugly up front. You're going to rely on Leao's genius or on a Rebic 1v1, things like that, And I'm fine with that because I want the team not to concede. I want the opposition to get tired after trying and not finding space. The opposition is going to get tired. A team like Sassuolo that lost at 9 games is that type of team. The moment they don't find spaces, they don't find solutions, they're going to let some space for you and you can punish them.
Yeah. You know what? Pioli has said many times that the formation doesn't matter, right? He plays a fluid style with more individual instructions and more philosophical interpretation of how to play. He doesn't really say like, this is our formation. The numbers of the formation don't really matter, he says. And at the end of the day, these are football players, like these are people who not all of them are going to be the smartest people in the world, with college degrees. And like some of them need more specific direction. They need to know we're playing a 4-2-3-1. This is what you do in a 4-2-3-1. This philosophical interpretive approach for young players, like they're not experienced enough to take Pioli's interpretations and produce it on the field. They're still too young. They're still learning. They need specifics. These players look like they don't know what they're doing. They are pressing the ball, 5, 6, 7 players pressing the same ball, freeing up spaces behind, and just getting cut through like a hot knife through butter. This is inexperience. This is naivety. These are players that they don't have specific enough instructions on what to do. It's very clear. They're trying to be interpretive.
They completely lost the plot. They are completely lost. And the coach needs to explain them. Needs to tell them you're lost. When I see you guys play football, you guys are completely lost. You're wrong position, wrong runs. Everything you guys are doing is completely wrong. So what we're gonna do now? So you guys, even if you do it wrong, we still are covered. I'm gonna add an extra midfielder, and that extra midfielder needs to cover this part of the midfield. Benacer or Krunic is gonna cover that part, and Tonali is gonna cover that part. So if Tonali goes out of position because he's going to double up with Theo, a player, there is still Krunic that can cover a good chunk of that space that Tonali left. But if Tonali goes out of position, Krunic leave an entire department completely empty. I mean, if you remember, if you can visualize the penalty they got in the beginning of the game, Kalulu goes on a 1v1 with his striker in the middle of the pitch, but the defensive line is way behind. So in that moment, I'm thinking Kalulu should not go there. But why Kalulu is going there? Because there is not an extra midfield to tell Kalulu, I'm not going there. There is a midfielder there.
Yeah. I think that there's a tactical issue in the way that they've been instructed to defend. There's something going on. Like Tonali and Benacer, our midfielders are always the last men back in the box on defense. I think what's happening is we are coming so far out for our center backs to meet the striker or meet a midfielder in the air. They're missing that 50-50. And now the second ball is in behind, and our midfielders are scrambling back to cover the position left behind by our center backs. The second ball. Exactly. We're not winning the first ball, and we're not winning the second ball. And in football, you know how important that is. You need to win the first ball 50-50. If you don't win that, you at least need a player positioned well for the second ball. We don't even have that. We don't have either of them.
We don't have the second player positioned well because we lack in terms of numbers in midfield as well. As you say, when you have clear what you're doing and everything works with you for you, it's not a matter of number. It's a matter of running clever. So Pioli is right when he says the formation is just a number. If my players move properly, they can cover the pitch. But when you don't have clear what's going on, all those second balls, you don't get none of them because you're always out of position.
Yep. Let's
It
answer
is just crazy.
let's answer some of the chat. We need to talk about our cap. Oh, well, let me not set you off on that one yet. Was the
So there is some
Origi
Italian here.
was the
There is
Origi
an
goal?
Italian.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry.
Rita.
No, I just want to clarify. So Alex is saying purely out. We need a goalkeeper. This Italian comment, to summarize, is saying that I don't understand some supporters saying that it's wrong to change a coach at this moment of the season. So these are all ideas now that on the fan base are coming out. We need a goalkeeper, 100%. We need a good goalkeeper. I always say the second good goalkeeper is so important for us. Even to overpay that person, to give him a high salary, just to make him happy to be in the bench and not a first goalkeeper somewhere else. We need to do that. Pioli out, I agree. Pioli can go out right now, but is the
not
other
happening,
person
Larry.
Exactly, it's not happening.
Guys, as much as we love to say Pioli out, and I know I'm super upset. I'm just as upset as the rest of you. Like this completely ruined my day and my week. But we don't have a better option that is willing to come in and work in this environment right now. There is no top coach in the world that wants to come to a club that will not be spending money, right? Will not be spending money on the market, and you're not allowed to speak out against management or the club, right? You have to be a yes man. You are not allowed to be mean to the players because we have a family, a familial environment where everyone loves each other and we're always nice. No top club who wants to win, who is a winner, who has fire in their eye, no club, no coach like that wants to come to this Milan right now. I'm sorry to say.
Absolutely. No. And even if you bring a coach that is at the level of Pioli, let's say, but younger, that coach, like every other coach, they are stubborn.
Yeah.
So they're gonna try to impose their ideas. They're not gonna have that mindset to say, okay, here is really hard, so we need to actually analyze game by game. So the only thing that can really solve our issue is purely to admit that he's wrong and start to change that fucking midfield. Put people in that midfield so you can have the defense. Because the defense, whoever you put Kier, you put Kalulu, you put Gabi, you put Chao, you put Tomori. Right now, everyone is going to do shit. Because Tomori got 4 goals, Kier got 4 goals, Gabi got 5, we got 3 against Inter. So clearly, whoever you put in is going to be exposed by the midfielder, which are just 2 people.
Yeah.
Let's go on other comments. Which comment do you want to? Red John is here, but how's it going?
Well, also, what's up, Red John? Hold on, before you go, Red John. One other thing is some people are saying it's hard to admit you're wrong, or maybe it's easy to admit you're wrong. So one thing I've learned as a coach is that transparency, so being honest, and then vulnerability, like having humility, admitting when you're wrong, being vulnerable, it builds trust. That is the foundation of trust. If you look at anything when it comes to relationship building or a coaching relationship, being a mentor, vulnerability builds trust. When you are honest and vulnerable, it makes people trust you more. And when people trust you more, they're willing to put your ideas into action and fight for you. And I see a breakdown of trust within this team right now. It's one of the only explanations I can come up with. There's a mentality issue. There's a trust issue. And there's one way to build trust, a really good way, and that's being vulnerable and having humility. So like you said, if Pioli tells the players, listen, I might have been wrong. We need to tweak things. Give me your advice. What do you guys think? That will build trust with the team and maybe get us back on the right track. Go ahead, Red John.
No, I didn't have anything specific to say. More so, I'm a little bit surprised with Pioli not actually trying to change something, because we are going about it with the same exact ideas for the whole month of January, right? Like we are kind of trying to fulfill the definition of insanity. We try the same things, we get the same result, but we expect something different every time. So I'm not sure why Pioli is not at least changing the formation, put more midfielders in, play a more solid style of football. So at the very least, you don't concede. Let's first make sure we don't concede 2 goals a game. then we will figure something out. Let's try at least to fix something. But like this, I don't understand what his plan is if we keep on doing the same things and we get 3 goals against Inter, 2 against Roma, 3 against Inter in the Coppa, 4 against Lazio, 5 against Sassuolo. Like, does Pioli know what's wrong with the team, or is he just trying things randomly, or not even trying anything?
Red John, are you ready for this? You know how we've been saying to add a third midfielder? At the end of the game, from the 70th minute onward, we were playing with a 4-2-4 formation. Rebic and Leao were playing left wing, and we still had 2 men in the midfield.
I know.
It's
like,
just at this point, at that point is so late because you're losing 3-1, if I'm not wrong, against Sassuolo. So he's trying to get back. Yeah, no, when he puts the 4 attackers, I think we're losing 3-1 or 4-1.
Yeah.
Yeah. 4-1,
4-1.
yeah, because the penalty is straight away when the second half starts. I mean, Saif is here as well. Do you want to add anything about this Pioli stubbornness? Something that we didn't say already.
Yeah, what's up, guys? No, first of all, I don't know, mini announcements. I'm at a point where I actually refuse to let this piece of shit club ruin my mood, ruin my life, ruin my weekends, because I look at players like Messias, like Salamakers, like CDK lost on the pitch. And I'm like, why should I get like what am I watching here? So what am I wasting my time doing? Second of all, yes, we have not signed many players. Yes, this is something also I'm going to say something harsh. Milan fans deserve what's happening right now. The way that we have been disgustingly overrating this team after the Scudetto and how we kept making fun of rival fans. This piece of shit Inter that we kept on making fun of, they're now above us on the table. We're fifth now in the league, maybe sixth in case Roma wins today. That's all I have to say. And yes, we're lacking some players, but losing like that, game in, game out. When I said this coach has lost the dressing room, people were like, "No, not yet. No, he has lost the dressing room." Look at Leao. With each goal we conceded after he came on, look at his face. This guy is gone. This guy is gone. You don't have Botman. You don't have X player, Y player, Z player. You try to compensate. You try to make less damage, and he's not able to do that. He's not even doing what he's supposed to do, which he's known for, motivating the players, having trust in young players like Vranks and Chow and Adli do not deserve what's happening right now. He's playing garbage piece of shit players that have let him down week in, week out, and he's paying for it, and he's gonna lose his job because of it. That's it.
Yeah.
I don't want to talk about transfer because it's really pointless, guys. We are not a team that can buy players. We're not a team that can really make a difference on the transfer window. We need to work on a long term. That is the reality of things. You guys can disagree with me and make fun of me, but that's how we operate.
I hear what you're saying, but you remember our transfer strategy was the psychology of young players. We wanted mentally strong young players. I am seeing no leaders on the pitch. Zero. Nobody is communicating. Nobody is talking. Everybody is terrified. Nobody's saying a word to each other. It's Teo Hernandez is silent. His lips look like they were sewn shut. Kalulu doesn't say anything either. Nobody talks.
Rock, I don't blame them. Look at the Sassuolo coach. Even when they scored the 5th goal, he's still racing up and down, shouting at the players, "Do this, do that." Pioli is losing 2, 3, 4. He's just standing there like a statue.
No, he started. No. He started yelling when we took the 4th goal.
After what, man? Just because, the cameras, they're gonna say shit about me, let me shout for a bit. Shout and direct games when it really matters, not when we have lost the game already. He needs to leave.
We need an international coach, guys. I said this a few weeks ago, and I know some people shut it down, but listen, we need an international coach that speaks English, man, or French. Like,
I don't know.
These players don't know what he's saying. They don't understand what the fuck this guy is saying.
On the 3-1, first of all, with the formation he's putting, again, he can shout as much as he wants. The players are not going to cover the pitch because he's shouting.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
we're leaving spaces. So I don't care about him shouting or not shouting, being involved or not being involved. I want him to see that we're leaving spaces, so we need to cover those spaces. I don't
Blair,
think Pioli is.
Can you pin Paul's comment about the Curva Sud? Because I 100% agree with him.
1 second, I want to go on all these comments. We are. I don't want to.
Oh, okay.
So okay, Brighton
skip
beats
anyone,
Liverpool 2-1. Christian Pazmino is saying, great goal at the end. Tonali was awful. Alexander is saying, I cannot read the name of this guy. I'm really sorry. He speaks actually Italian. He speaks Italian. And he's writing in Italian, and he's really upset with Pioli, and he wants the ownership to change Pioli as soon as possible, or things are gonna go even worse. I mean, we're gonna keep losing. Cash in on Leao as long as you can. Yeah, I agree. I think the money we can get from Leao can solve us a lot of issues. Rock leaving the dream job. I understand the comments in Italian, by the way. I'm just translating them in English for the other people. Pioli is one system coach. Well, most of coaches are like this. Apart from Ancelotti. Ancelotti is the only one that can play any formation, depending on the player he has. The other ones try to impose their idea and their belief in football. Guys, I told you guys are too optimistic. We need to go against the ownership, basically saying.
Well. I don't know what he means with you guys, but it certainly doesn't mean me.
A lot of people in this channel are
This is where the
against
Curva Sud talk.
ownership.
This is where the Curva Sud talk comes in.
But we're gonna talk about the Curva Sud. I think I'm not against the Curva Sud. They are doing the right thing, in my opinion, because these players have enough credit in the bank to give them time. They are not singing Pioli is on fire anymore, so Pioli knows he does not have enough credit in the bank. So
yeah, well,
but the players have enough credit in the bank because. Come on, let's be honest here. These guys can do much better, and the reason they are not doing well is multiple reasons. One is because the injuries, the Pioli is putting them in the wrong places, complacement. Some of them overperform. There is a lot of reasons, but they can do better. So I don't think the Curva Sud should start and shit on them because a month that they're losing, because you're gonna lose them forever, and you need to buy another 10 players. Which we cannot. That's the only problem. If we are Chelsea, you shit on them and you buy the 10 players. We are Milan. We struggle to buy one player. So you better
make them happy.
These guys. Keep them happy, or at least support them.
We have no depth.
No, they do better.
We have no depth. So if you destroy them mentally, you don't have anyone to come replace them.
That's another thing.
But Lark, they will make a statement. Normal fans, all the stadium was booing. I'm sure they heard that.
Okay, the stadium boo. The moment Leao did that flick, everyone got nuts, like crazy upset. You remember when Leao does that flick in the midfield that gives the ball with his back heel? You guys don't remember?
I don't remember.
All San Siro in that moment was just going nuts. Like, why the fuck we're losing 4-1, 4-2, I don't know, 4-1 was it? And you're doing bullshit like this. You could have. So the supporters are really upset with the players, but from the point of the Curva Sud, really there is no reason to shit on the players. And the ownership, again, you can shit on the ownership. The ownership is coming in front of the camera and he say, we're not spending money. We're not going to spend money. So they're actually telling you, they're being honest with you. They're telling you, we're not spending money. Yeah. So what do you do?
You know what? It's interesting. Like, we won the Scudetto with this formation, but people are forgetting that we played Kessie in the cam position. That's the only reason we were winning games. We weren't actually playing a 4-2-3-1 if you look at the profile of the players that were on the pitch. It was more of a 4-3-3, really.
It was a 4-3-3 basically. So Kessie, the way he was playing, he was going really deep. He was not
Yeah.
staying up there close to the. And anyway, Kessie is a more experienced and stronger player than CDK and Diaz in terms of physicality.
Yeah.
So he's gonna always be a pain in the ass for the three midfielders off the ball. And exactly, if you put Krunic there, you get a similar result because Krunic is more like a less creative and more like disruptive.
You know what? So my girlfriend is a teacher, right? And I used to get really frustrated and angry as a coach with results. And she taught me basically that the number one thing that teachers know about young youth is that they're inconsistent. If you're expecting youth to be consistent and do the right thing all the time, you're fighting a losing battle. When people are young, the number one quality is they're inconsistent because their prefrontal cortex not fully developed. And I think these players, they're just so young, they're inconsistent, and they're going to become more consistent when they're 25, 26, 27 years old. These players are 20 years old, 21 years old. They're just not their maturity level yet. Is not at quite at that level. So we're expecting them to be consistent, but we're fighting a losing battle expecting them to be consistent. You know, like they're not going to have consistency yet. So I don't know. We're just going to piss ourselves off every week saying this player's so inconsistent. What the player's 21 years old and you're expecting them to play like a veteran? Like it's never going to happen. We're being delusional.
Yeah, and another thing is, for example, the fifth goal, Teo Hernandez loses the ball and they score. The performance Teo Hernandez, Calabria, all these guys are having is because the wrong decision Pioli is making it regarding the formation, and these wrong decisions are exposing some players, and these players most of the time are the fullbacks and the center backs. Because if you don't put filter in front of your defense, you're gonna see them struggle and look like idiots. So okay, Calabria is not. I don't want to say Dani Alves these days, but Cafu. Calabria is not Cafu, but he can still do the job if the team is healthy and doing the right things. So I don't blame Calabria for everything. And if you check at the penalty situation, again, the midfield was empty. There was you could have put an helicopter in there. You could have landed an helicopter in there. There was
you could have landed a 747, a 777 Airbus.
777, yeah,
Airbus. Fly Emirates Airbus.
There was so much space, so the striker comes out in that gigantic space, and Kalulu follows the strikers, and behind Kalulu you can land another plane.
Yeah. Well, Lair, our players are not looking for space. You look at their eyes, look at their heads, okay? They are all staring at the ball. Their eyes are glued to the ball. They're not looking at the space. They're not getting into the space. They're not marking the runs. They're not taking a player on. Their eyes are glued to the ball like flies to a light. It's that I've only ever seen that at the youth levels with kids.
Yeah. They don't know what they're doing. By the way, you wanted to talk about Origi. Pick some comments.
What was Origi goal a banger? Yes, absolutely.
Just the most useless banger ever. The most useless banger ever.
But that goal should have counted for five goals.
6 for 6.
That goal.
We should have won the game 6-5 with that goal.
Yeah.
To be fair, if Pioli wants to have a chance, he's not gonna do it. He's gonna play Giroud against Inter. I know that. But if he wants to have a chance, he needs to play conservative, 3 midfielders, and go on a counter with Rebic or Iggy and Leao. That's it.
Yeah, I agree. I fully agree. He's not going to do
That's
it. But
fucking
I
hell.
agree.
That's it. And
Because
Origi's in a good mood.
if we go like this against Inter, dancing, we're going to lose again, and we're going to lose again hard, like we did in the Cup. Because our midfield at the moment is non-existent.
As much as Inter is not having a great season, at least they are playing still the same style of football they used to play the season before. They're just you play your football, well or bad. You get results, you don't get results. But we are not even playing our football anymore because we played our football and we lost games. Fair enough, you play your football. You lose games because you've done something wrong. We're doing everything wrong right now.
We have no style. Guys, we have no definitive style. I watched Lazio. I watched Fiorentina today. Oh, my God. You could see the style of football. You could see their ideas coming to life. We have no style. I can't discern what our style is. It just looks frantic. It looks like frantic, chaotic.
The thing is that
that's what it looks
during
like.
the season, every team more or less has a period of where things don't go as you hope, right? The problem is that it's the job of the manager, of the coach, to find what's wrong and address it immediately. And man, Pioli is not even trying, man. Like, what is different from the Milan today that played today against Sassuolo from the Milan that played against Lazio? Nothing.
Zero.
What is different from this Milan and the Milan against Inter? It's the same. Like, dude, tweak things. Try something else, man. Try 3 midfielders. You're not gonna fucking die. We're losing anyways. So
we're losing 1-0. Fuck it. At least you tried the 3 midfielder. And we can blame the guy that missed a chance.
This is for Paul. I gotta get it off. Origi 20+1. He has 2 goals. Both of them are worth 10 because of how nice they were. So he's at 20.
So he just has to score one more.
One more, and he's done. He reached it.
True.
Listen, Origi.
And both goals, by the way, useless. Both goals didn't give us anything in the end. They were scored.
No, the one was the 3-1 against.
Yeah, it was the third in the 3-1. So.
Yeah, but the third of the 3-1 kills the game. It's not useless.
Wow.
I mean, if you 2-1 and you don't score the third one, you can draw that goal. Drew the fucking game. It's not so useless.
Not as
Come on.
I'll tell you what. Leao tries to shoot that same shot, never scores. Never scores. Leao tries to
someone in Curva.
So I think maybe Origi is worth 150 million, man. Just like Leao.
Because Origi got the goal, I will give him some trust. But Pioli's not gonna do that. Pioli's gonna play.
You can't start Origi, guys. You start. I'm sorry to say this, but you start Origi and he gets injured for 5 games.
True, that's actually true.
Is he actually gonna do that?
Same as with Dest. If Dest starts, he's injured. He got injured, by the way. That's why. Not that we needed him, huh?
I want to address this. I want to address Chow. We started with Gabi and Kalulu today, and we won the Scudetto last season, and in a crucial game to stay in the top 4, in a really delicate, awful moment, we are starting the game with Kalulu and Gabi as starting center backs. What are your feelings on that?
Well, it was like Spezia. We lost 2-1. The Kalulu and Gabbia started a year ago this time. Against Spezia, we lost 2-1. So Kalulu and Gabbia, I feel like Gabbia is cursed, man.
They don't talk. They don't say even one word to each other when they play. Kalulu is silent.
I'll be honest with you, Rock. Even Chow the game will be 6 or 4-1.
Yeah. I agree.
So even the kid will be so destroyed after a performance like that.
Yeah,
I agree with that here. And the thing is that it's one thing if Chow was this, new Maldini, like this world-class young player that you have to play. It's a different thing if Chow is just like Gabbia, maybe a little bit better, maybe a little bit worse, and you are giving him minutes. It's not going to change anything in the end. Like, you're just swapping Gabia for Chow, and you're going to have the same quality on the pitch. It's not like this guy is going to make the difference. And if we put Chow, we have the guy and the defender for the next 10 years. It doesn't work like that. I don't think Chow is that at least at this moment.
He's not.
So as long as
he's not ready.
yeah,
Sorry, go.
he's not really like Pioli is not playing him because Pioli wants to fire himself. Pioli is not playing him because Pioli doesn't see the super quality that you need as a young player in order to be a starter and to give the right amount of confidence to the coach to play you, especially in these moments. And this is the thing. The thing is that I kind of understand Pioli in one sense, because Pioli right now cannot play on bets. He has to play certainties because he is in a very bad moment right now. So in a bad moment, you play Gabia, the guy who you know better, who you have seen more play. Sadly, it's not working. And I think Pioli is doing the approach that Pioli has right now. Is in my opinion wrong, because we won differently last season. Last season we won with 3 midfielders. Kessie, even though on the board he was a cam, he was still playing as a CM, as a midfielder. So right now Pioli has gone all ham, and he thinks that we can afford to have a cam. We cannot really afford it. In my opinion, what Pioli should do if he wants to keep with the same formation is play Pobega as a cam behind Tonali and Benacer, and now you have 3 midfielders. Or play Krunic, whoever you want to play in the cam position. But the cam position is not going to be anymore to provide offensive output, but to give solidity to the team. This is the way I see it. And play Salemakers and not Messias on the week.
Yeah, I mean, you can. There's so much you can do not to concede goals. You can literally build a wall in front of your defense. You can play.
Yeah.
How can I? 3 midfielders: Krunic, Benacer, Tonali, Salemakers on the right. So when you don't have the ball, these 4 players are in front of your defense.
Exactly.
And Leao and Giroud up front. Leao goes more on the left, and when we attack, Salemakers goes more on the right. That is so simple.
Fair,
if one of the
with this formation, you have to bench Giroud and play Origi, and you play on the counter attack. At least you say, I'm not going to concede 5 goals this game.
I'm gonna make the life of Inter so complicated for them to score a goal, because that is the first thing I want to do. And it's up to the player in the pitch to try to get a goal. That is the reality. I'm going to build a team that is hard to concede goals. Anyway, here he's saying, because he's saying, I have to read all the messages. So in this one, he's saying that the problem, the only solution is to get rid of Pioli and find somebody else, because it's not possible to lose 5-2 against Sassuolo. The history shows that situation like this cannot continue because they're gonna degenerate.
Then what do you do?
And if you get rid of him in June without a Champions League top 4, it's finished. It's too late.
The project is done. Yeah.
And the project is done. Yeah, I think if Pioli does not play the 3 midfield against Inter, and by accident he wins the game, he gets fired anyway. Because Maldini is going to be, this guy is a mad person. I cannot rely on a mad person. I need someone that actually has common sense. So Pioli is gonna get fired the next game if he plays the 2 midfield. So my concern is not getting rid of Pioli, because I have nothing that connects me with Pioli. My concern is to find a solution so we get some points in February. You know, that's my main concern. Let's fucking get points, because I don't care about Pioli.
But Pioli has to have some goals as well and do some radical changes. Put Vasquez in the goal. Is Vasquez really that bad? Because if he really is that bad, then what is the management doing? The management must be taking the piss.
The coach, the goalkeeper coach probably is seeing the train and sees the technique, whatever, and maybe he's telling Pioli, listen, this guy maybe is not mentally ready. It can be I don't know, too emotional for him. It can be too emotional for him to play at San Siro, 70,000 people, a really important game that you have to win, no mistakes. It's I don't know. It's just
that might be a reason.
I heard this here. I was saying that we are going for Sportiello, like that Milan is open again too. So we're gonna pay 5 million for Sportiello.
But if we end up doing that anyways, why didn't we do it the 1st of January? Why are we doing now?
Because we thought that Atalanta is gonna sell for less. Atalanta knew that we have a shit goalkeeper. It's like they're not going anywhere. They need us. They're just. Anyways, let's check a bit of a comment here. Mike Maignan has been injured for 4 months, if I'm not wrong.
Crazy. This guy was never injured in his career, bro. He comes to Milan 2 seasons, he gets injured 5 months. Fucking hell.
Yeah, 5 months. If you think about it, Mike Maignan last game probably was in Champions League against. No, because the first Chelsea game, Tataruzanu was in goal.
Yes.
The second game, probably Tataruzanu was in goal. So Mike Maignan has been missing since October. So we're talking October, November,
Yes.
December, and January. 4 months. We're entering the 5th month, February. So guys, that is some crazy shit. Paul is writing a lot of comments, man. Just fucking come in the live, man. What are you writing about? I don't understand. He's like, what is he saying? What? I don't know what John is talking about. Chao isn't worse than Gabbia. No way.
I don't know what Paul heard, but I didn't say he was worse. I said he is not, even if he is better, he's not better. He's not a lot better to have a difference, to make a difference.
Yeah. We have a new Alan GRG.
What's up,
How's it
lad?
going, Alan? Oh, good, man.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Yeah, this. Sorry, before you go, this is the thing people don't understand about Chao and Gabbia, Florenzi, Calabria. The difference is minimal. We didn't lose the game 1-0 today. I don't know if people realize that. We lost the game 5 goals. We considered 5 goals. So you put Chao, we lose the game 4-1. And Chao and everyone is telling Pioli, why did you fucking play Chao? That's the thing. Alan, go, man.
Yeah, my biggest issue this year has been always the new owners of ours. Like, how can you spend 1.2 billion on a club and only have a 50 million budget for the team? Like, we are the champions of Italy, so we should actually try to at least replace our key players that we lost this summer, like Kessie and Romagnoli, were really a big part in the success of our team last season. Like, because we had Kessie in our midfield, that we always constantly have world-class midfielders in our team. Like, even if someone got injured or booked, we always had Kessie, Tonali, and Benacer keep on rotating at a time like this. But now we don't really have those quality at all. Like, people always say that we should play ranks, or some say like we shouldn't even play Povega or something like that. But that's not going to actually not going to face this team at all. Like, we are averaging like 4 goals. We are conceding like 4 goals every game. Like, even if we play players like CDK, Leao up front, we are not going to score 7 or 8 goals just to make up for the mistakes our defense is making. Like, our goalkeeper is conceding every goal that he gets. Like, that's not going to really change our situation right now. Like playing style won't really solve our problem. Like Pioli can only do so much with the things that he have. Like I don't think he even asks for CDK or any of the young players because he does hates young players. Like he actually needs experienced players. So I don't understand the relation between Pioli and Maldini right now because Maldini is going with a project of all youth, but Pioli is the type of player, manager who goes for the experienced players who is ready right now, who can play right now, not for the future. Like our fans base just doesn't understand that.
Yo, on the Kessie and the defender not replacing Romagnoli thing, I agree with you. That thing, if you do that, you challenge for the title, or you are a much healthier team. But this January month, I don't think the issue is because we didn't buy the defender or the midfielder. That could have helped a lot. We could have not have this situation, but this situation right now is on Pioli because Pioli can fix this thing. Pioli can understand that the team is in a bad place and move the bodies on the places where we are struggling. So we repeat that so many times. If you add an extra midfield, you will have less creativity close to Giroud, but you will have Gabi and Kalulu more covered. Gabi and Kalulu more covered is going to help you keep the 0-0 the first half. Keeping the 0-0 the first half, maybe you can get a goal because Theo Hernandez is running and crossing to Giroud. Leao is going on a 1v1 and scoring a goal. But if you don't do that, you kill even that chance of Theo Hernandez running up, Leao going on 1v1, because you already consider a goal in 15 minutes. And now your plan is completely destroyed. So this month is totally on Pioli. I don't care about Torino. I don't care about Inter in that trophy. You did that mistake. You are seeing, but those games helped you to see those mistakes and to see the situation we're running in this moment. So you need to do that. That is ABC of football. When you struggle in certain position of the pitch, you add more players in that position, so you cover the space easily. And that is on Pioli. If you want to talk about the long project, the 1-year project of this season, yes, those mistakes were made. Yes, 100%. But we're not fighting for the league anymore. We're now fighting to finish top 4. And you want to achieve that? Do the right things. That's what I'm saying. Roy is here. Roy, what do you want to say? Don't mention any politic bullshit, man, because I'm really on the edge today.
Well, I mean, what is there to say? Well, tactically, we agree. That's what I mean. The only thing that baffles me is like this tactical solution should have been done right after the Inter game because it was obvious the team is too stretched. The team right now does not have a mentality to be so stretched and dominate like they were before. So I don't understand why he's still playing this high line, 2 midfielders and 4-5 attackers. I mean, how many times does he need to get scored 1 million goals before he realizes that he needs to change his system? I mean, now he needs to go to a more shorter lines, less space between the lines, more compact team. If it means dropping and playing more defensive, so be it. But I mean, how long does it take for him to realize this? I mean, we realize this from our couches. How the fuck does Nino realize this from the sideline? I don't get it. But yeah, put in 3 midfielders, a line of 3 with a line of 4 with Fernandez that goes up, and then you play the exact same formation you played against Juve, and literally he solves most of his problems. But if he keeps on playing this way and the team keeps on collapsing like this, then he can play like Allegri and they're still going to lose 4-0 because they're going to be so demoralized. I don't understand why it's not changing.
So,
It's madness, in my opinion.
so who do you blame the most right now? The owners, Maldini, or Pioli,
No,
or the
Pioli.
players themselves?
Right now, it's Pioli because I mean, he. There's no point of blaming the. I mean, yeah, the owners you can blame them for the whatever for the budget, but he has the players. He decides how the players play, right? He's the one who decides the formation. He's the one that decides the strategy. It's not Maldini. It's not Jerry. He's the one that decides the strategy, and the strategy has been evident for the past 3 or 4 games what he needs to do. Today he finally said.
Yeah, he said it exactly. He said it. I let my team down tactically. He said that I should change now something tactically.
But Pioli has never been a tactical genius. Like, he always tried to
No,
keep
but it's
things
not.
simple.
You don't need to be a tactical genius
But
to play.
to be honest,
play
like
midfielder.
if we look at
That is
what he
simple.
did, if we look at what he did the last 2 years, I mean, it was pretty brilliant what he did with his interchanges and whatever. The team had this energy. The roster was much stronger. So like he has the solutions, but he's just like hanging on. He's hanging on for dear life onto his ideas. But now this idea needs to change. It's like you've been wearing the same shoe. Your shoes were great 2 years ago. They look good. But now you've been wearing them for 2 years. You know, they don't look the same. They're not as shiny as they were. Now it's time to change shoes. You know, and he needs to let go of his strategies and just come up with more solid strategy. That's it.
And I want to add something. If Pioli plays with the 3 midfielder, let's say Pioli plays Krunic, Tonali, and Benacer, and he gets results, and he wins 1, 2, 3 games, we come in this live and we say the mistake is on Maldini, on the ownership, because they bought the wrong players. Because Pioli is playing with Krunic, Tonali, Benacer, Saelemaekers, Leao, Giroud. So all the new purchases, they are useless to Pioli, and Pioli is getting the results. So the mistake is on Maldini, on the ownership that forced Pioli to play this formation again and again, even after we bought these players. But right now, Pioli is not even trying a different solution. So of course he's on Pioli. And Pioli is going to get fired. If he does not change something and get a result, he's going to get fired. Probably after the 2 Tottenham games or the first Tottenham games, if he does not start to change things and the team does not look solid, he's going to get fired.
But who are we going to replace him with? Unless we are getting a world-class coach, we shouldn't even think about sacking Pioli right now, because we have a history
I don't want him to get sacked. I don't want him to get sacked. I want him to find a solution and start win again. That's what I want. Because
So
I know that is the issue. You're right.
Yeah, but how much do you
on that.
blame Catarosano right now? Because
A lot.
if we had even had Mike Mignon right now, we wouldn't even be in this situation at all. I really think that, because our greatest flaw right now is getting conceded a lot of goals. Like, there is no leader in our defense at all. Like, we are a very young team. There is no leaders in our team. There is no Zlatan. Zlatan is all being like an assistant manager. He's doing nothing right now. He hasn't played for a year now, and there is no Mike Mignon in the goalkeeper. So our defense is scrambled. Like, we are not a team like that struggling to score. Like, we are creating chances. We are scoring 1 or 2 goals, but you need to have a solid defense to win games, not have a solid strikers that can score you 10 goals a game. Like, that is unrealistic. Like, getting scored 5 goals by Catarosano is just awful.
Mike Mignon is coming back in February. And probably at this point, if we don't find a solution, Pioli will be sacked before Mike Mignon comes back. And when you say who is going to replace him, I mean, there is.
But they also know that our budget is only 50 million, right? Like a lot of
Sorry.
managers will turn our. They also know that our budget is only 50 million every year, pretty much. Like
Yeah, you're gonna
a
get
lot of managers don't like that sound at all.
yeah, but
Yeah,
you when
listen,
I
there's
say
no big manager that will ever come to Milan. It's
I'm
impossible.
not exactly. I'm not saying a big manager is coming in. He's gonna come a guy that is with a fresh mind, not with great ideas and things like that. He's gonna have a fresh mind because he's gonna feel like I didn't lose those games. I'm new, and you guys now that the coaches sucked, there is no excuses for the players. Now there is a new coach, and the new coach is gonna try different things because it's gonna come in Milanello analyzing the issues without being involved. Because sometimes when you're totally so involved, like Pioli is, you don't see the issues. You just think the things are gonna be fixed. When Pioli says the guys had a great training session, the best they had in the last 3 years, I'm like, yeah, maybe, but you've done wrong, man. Maybe you're making the wrong decisions here. So you can, the guy that is the coach of Udinese, you can get him. You can tell Udinese how much you want to release him. You pay the release and you get a new coach. And the Udinese guy, Sottil, plays quite an interesting football. Young coach, done really well until now. He can do something with Milan and maybe bring you to the top four. He can start to win games. So there is solutions. Pioli can get fired, and I feel like he's gonna get fired
If
before
he
Mike Maignan
continues
comes back.
with these tactics, there's
Yeah.
no doubt he'll get fired. No doubt.
So do you guys think the tactics is the problem or the player
Yeah.
selection is?
But
Right
these
now?
are the same
Player selection.
players that were winning games, and I mean it's pretty much the same minus Mike Maignan, right? Like we won games
Messi
with
also.
players. Even let's say Kessie, if Kessie was not available, or even but it's the same players. It's pretty much the same players. It's like you have to read the moment. The moment says that there's something missing as far as energy, as far as form, as far as maybe it's whatever reason. It's just okay. You just have to adapt. If that means you have to compact the team, meaning you have to make it more closer, the players need to play closer together. Tata Bustamante is going to get less shots on goal because the way the team is playing right now is all open. Everything is open, so it's easy to shoot. I mean, we've seen how easy it is to shoot on Milan because we've conceded what 3, 4, 5. What is that? 7 plus 12 goals.
Clear
in 3 games.
chances, man. They're all clear chances. A good
Yeah.
goalkeeper,
Right.
maybe is gonna save one of those clear chances.
True. Exactly. So if you, oh my God, what a goal! Osidin scored an amazing goal. Holy shit! Jesus Christ.
Is Napoli winning? Yeah, 1-0.
Yeah.
That's
Man, what
good
a
news
goal!
for us.
Holy crap! But anyway, like if
Good
you
news.
keep the midfield line and the defensive line more compact, it's going to be more difficult for your opposition to create defense. So it's easier for Tatarusano. You might think because you're playing more defensive, you're going to get more shots on goal, but actually you're not. You're going to get less shots on goal.
Yeah, because that part of the pitch is gonna be more crowded, so moving the ball quicker is gonna be harder.
Exactly.
Finding spaces to shoot is gonna be much difficult because it's gonna be crowded. You're gonna have 3 midfielder plus makers. So you're gonna have 8 players on when you don't have the ball that cover every single space. And Leao is gonna be ready with maybe a Rebic, some more fluid striker to go quicker on a counter. They're gonna be ready for a counter. And the moment you're gonna counter, makers can detach from the midfielders. One between Pobega or Krunic or Tonali can go more forward, depending on reading the situation. And still, you're gonna have more players to defend.
Yeah, and then if you really think about it, like Leao, who is our best player, what is his strength? His strength is to go in open space, run into open space. So,
yeah. And again, Leao is incredible on the wing. You see that Leao is receiving less balls on the left wing. You see that your players are not good enough to transition the ball to Leao. So try to put Leao as a second striker. He's not. What I say, he's not even trying. Nothing different.
No, he's doing the
Because
exact same thing. He doesn't change one single thing.
yeah, and Inter is coming in a week. I see it as a perfect game to reborn or die completely.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
That is a game that you die completely or you in any way.
Did you have the volume on today? Were you watching the game?
Yeah,
Could you hear Vikur Masood?
yeah. I heard the cool.
The guy on the
Yeah. That guy. I hear him every time, and I had the Italian commentator today, so I could hear him perfectly when he was getting upset with everyone. Every time we would concede a goal, he was like, "We need to shout even more now."
Yeah. And it was good. It
Well
was fun
done,
to
man.
listen to that guy. Yeah, that guy is.
What was he saying?
All he was saying not to stop singing and supporting the players, and you see the interview Giroud had at the end of the game. He was really disappointed because he realized that the supporters never gave up on the players, never for a second, until the last. So now they're going to Milanello. They have to face that. They have to live with that and do something about it. Him, Pioli, everyone.
So, do you guys think that we should actually play our young players more, or Pioli is doing the right thing? Like, I always see these tweets in Twitter, like people are going crazy that Pioli is not playing CDK or Franks or Chow or something else. Like, they always blame that the reason why Pioli is losing right now is because they are not starting CDK or something like that.
I
What
don't
do you
think it's
think?
that.
But I mean, we
I
saw
don't think.
CDK. What did CDK do today? Like, what did he do? Like, CDK is. I don't know what to say about CDK. I honestly don't know. I don't know.
I feel like the new guys, they are talented. They are not the solution to get out of the mud. That is the reality of the thing. Unfortunately, Ranks, Adli, CDK, it looks like they don't have enough personality to think like, okay, I'm fucking gonna emerge from this situation and help the team. So I honestly think you need to go simple. Go fucking simple. Just I don't know. It's gonna be Inter. Inter is gonna be tough. Tough. There is a derby. They don't need motivations to perform in that game.
Yeah, like for me, I don't even think like Pioli needs to start CDK just because what others say. Like if CDK is not suiting a system, you don't actually have to force him to play. Like I do understand that Pioli likes players like Hakan or Diaz who keeps running in the midfield up and down everywhere. But CDK is not that type of player who keeps
Nope.
running
No.
So I guess that's the reason why he stopped in off after 45 minutes only for Leao.
The problem is that our policy, the ownership, is gave Maldini a policy that does make zero sense in football.
Yeah.
Because probably for us would have been more productive to go for Enzo Fernandez, Botman, and a loan of Ndombele as a number 10. But Ndombele has a 10 million euro contract. Our ownership is saying, no, you cannot loan a player that earns 10 million a year. Because that player didn't play last year. They look at the data and say, this player is finished. So I don't want him. Or you cannot give a 6 million to Dybala because Dybala is 29 at the end of his career. So you're not giving a 6 million. So our ownership does not understand the nature of football. That sometimes you need a agent-free Dybala, an expensive loan like Keylor Navas. You know what I mean? A Dombele that earns 7 million. That's
Like
what
I don't,
sometimes a team needs.
Or what? Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
I don't think this Redbird will have allowed the Zlatan move right now. Like if Redbird were
Yes.
in charge of Milan, like in 2018, they wouldn't allow Zlatan to come to Milan just because he
I
was
mean,
only like 7
Zlatan,
million that time.
Zlatan, Kier, 29 years old, on a loan, and we paid him 2 million after. These are operations Maldini had to fight to make those operations in that January. We need like a player, a similar player like Kier, a 30 years old defender with
What
experience,
happened to
a good defender. I think he's fatigue.
Like he's not in form as well because he's just recently come back. So I
Yeah,
wouldn't really
it's
blame
tough.
him.
He's not in form, and the team is not playing well. We need operations like this, like every other team does. Other teams do expensive loans with, they earn a lot because that's how you get the player that you want. You need to. But Ranks on loan, Chow on loan, yes, because they are 19 years old and you can resell them. They have low salaries and bullshit like that. But, dude, they don't understand the nature of football. That's the unfortunate situation. They don't pay 5 million for Sportiello because they think Sportiello is an old goalkeeper.
In hindsight, I would have just gave Kessie his money or Romagnoli his money and ball.
Oh yeah, of course. If we had an ownership that would say, yeah, fuck it, let's raise a bit the salary cap or whatever. Let's give them the money they want. Romagnoli wants 5 million. I know he's a bench player. We give him 5 million. He works for the team, whatever. Or maybe Romagnoli, I don't know. You can get, you know what?
I think
these operations are crazy. Anyway,
I don't even think Romagnoli was asking for 5 million, like more like 4 million, 3.5 million.
I think the problem with Romagnoli is the money and the fact that he was not playing a lot. So I was like, I'm leaving. I don't know.
Maybe.
But
the problem
Renato
with
Sanchez. That's another one.
But he didn't actually want to come with us. He's a clown.
Yeah.
He rejected us twice right now. Once during he left us for Swansea, I think, and now for PSG. But the problem with our fan base is that we actually favor the foreign players more than our own league. Like the amount of hate that Zaniolo link got was unreal.
Oh yeah,
I don't think Zaniolo needed that much hate from our fans. Like they actually wanted that Saint Maximum guy a lot more than Zaniolo. But they always bring up that Zaniolo stats of not having much goals, but they don't really see the stats of that Premier League reject at all, and they call him
no, exactly.
Premier League
No, I agree with you, Zaniolo. We need Italian players.
Yeah, we need Italian and Serie A experienced players. Like we can really always go for the foreign players and gamble each and every time.
We need a left back that can cover Hernandez's role.
Yeah,
needs to be Italian.
Replacement for Kessie as well. Like more defensive.
It's gonna be hard to find a good midfielder.
What do you guys think? Is always hard. What do you think? Listen, this is my opinion. I think CDK, he is a false nine, and that is his position. This guy does not have the ability to run and press all over the field.
Yeah.
But Pioli even today said in the interview, or I think it was before the game or after the game, but he said that he is an offensive attacking midfielder, and this is how he sees him, and he's not going to change his position. But I don't know if CDK is going to ever have any success in this position. What do you guys think is going to happen with CDK?
I think CDK is gonna be sold in the next 18 months. We're selling him. We're gonna sell him for something near what we bought him. That's what I think.
That would be really hard though. So who is going
No,
to pay that much?
it's gonna be like some Borussia Dortmund, some Premier League team.
Like
He's
they will
going.
do the same. They will do the same deal like us. They will ask for a loan deal, and with an
No, they
option
have
to
money.
buy.
They have cash, and the kid is gonna be like, I don't like here. I'm not playing well, and he's gonna just move on. He's gonna ask to get sold, and we can do an operation loan with obligation to buy or option to buy. But let's say Pioli gets sacked, a new coach comes, and the new coach does not play him, or he plays him the way Pioli is playing him just to do a favor to Maldini. He's gone, man. He's gonna be like Paquetá, good player, great potential, does not work for our formation, does not work for our football, does not have the right mentality to play for Milan. So you're gonna get sold, and we have to take the lose. We need to take the L, and admit that was a wrong decision. So that's what I feel is gonna happen. And Roy, what is my problem with CDK? It doesn't give me the personality of a guy that one day he is going to be. You know what I mean? Does not look like he has the personality. He's scared to do things, not brave
Yeah,
enough.
like
That's
even
what it gives me.
Sari said so. I think
Yeah.
he comes on as a loser or something like that.
Who?
Sari, his comment about CDK or something.
Oh,
Sarri?
sorry.
Not Sari. I think Sati. I forgot who the manager was.
Oh, Saki,
Yeah, Sati.
the bald guy that used to coach Milan in the 90s,
Yeah.
80s, 90s. Okay.
What did he say?
Sa-
What did he say about it?
I think something like CDK comes on as a loser on the pitch or something like that. I forgot who said that. I think it
Oh,
was him.
no. He said he looks lost. Looks lost.
Lost. Yeah. Yeah,
Like that's what
that's the
happened.
issue.
Yeah, that's what happened when you come from a smaller league like Belgium and comes into a very hard league like Syria. You need to adapt very fast, otherwise you are getting chewed up by the media and the fans. Like the media are
If
really
you,
after Syria right now.
I just want to explain something to people. If you come at Milan at a young age and you perform day one, you are a Ballon d'Or material. You are a guy that is gonna make not history of football, but you're gonna be one of the best in that position for the next 10 years. So when you see
Yeah.
young Pato coming at the age of 18 and scoring for fun, dribbling for fun, you see, okay, this guy is gonna be something. You see Thiago Silva coming in and stepping in and playing with Nesta like nothing is. That means, okay, this guy's gonna. So that's why it's so hard for Milan. If you make it with Milan and you come in and you step out and you play, you perform, you are that type. You're in that level. You're not. It's not Ajax. Ajax, you can be someone that performs with Ajax and leaves, and after that you're nothing. With Milan, see Leao. If you make it with Milan, big clubs want you because that means you've done it. You're a good player.
Like people actually are blaming purely for CDK's downfall, but I don't actually believe that.
For
I
CDK's what?
think for the downfall of CDK, like they are blaming purely.
I do
Like
agree
no,
with
you do agree?
a little bit, yeah.
I mean,
I think
I think
because because at least Pioli is actually trying to play him. Like at the start of the season, he was actually starting CDK a lot of games, but he was not performing at all. Like if you are going to come in Pioli's system, Pioli is not going to revolve around a single player like CDK. You need to adapt to Pioli's system yourself, or you are going to come up on the bench as a striker or a fresh place on the
I mean,
second
I
half.
can blame Pioli. I can blame Pioli if I see CDK trying really hard and giving everything and, putting that, showing some balls. And I say, you know what? It's Pioli's fault. He's playing in the wrong position. But I'm not even seeing CDK trying. It feels like he's not brave enough to be a Milan player.
Like he got the potential of a good player, but he doesn't have the mindset. Like he is the next Paqueta, pretty much.
I see it as a combination of both. Him adapting and not showing personality, um, but I just don't in this number 10 role, which in Milan is almost like it's not really an offensive position. You have to field a lot.
You need
He's
to
not.
be able to press a lot.
Yeah, he needs to be. It's a player like Diaz actually is better at doing that, even though Diaz is even more offensive. But pressing
Diaz, I
and
think,
winning the ball and doing all that stuff. But
yeah, that's
CDK,
why
like,
Pioli likes Diaz a lot.
I think like against Torino when he played the false nine position, I saw a lot of good things from CDK in that game. It was enough to show me that if you keep him playing there with consistency, he's going to get more success because he doesn't have to worry about pressing. He doesn't have to worry about winning the balls back. He doesn't have to worry about running all over the place. All he needs to worry about is his ability to play back to goal, lay off, use his height for headers or lay off headers, and use his technique to hold the ball and that's it. But if you
I,
ask him to do all the other stuff, the guy just doesn't have it. I think it's a combination of both.
yeah, I think the biggest problem of CDK is he can't seal the ball at all. Every time I see him trying to seal the ball, he gets snatch his ball away. Like he can't really defend his ball that much. Like he's more better as for one touch pass player, something like that. But whenever I see him trying to seal the ball, he always loses position. I don't know why.
Another thing that you remind me pretty well, Roy, by the way, with the Torino game. Our team against Torino, we played really bad, but the team was solid. We didn't concede for 110 minutes.
Exactly.
So that is the proof that our players are in wrong places.
Actually, you know when we conceded? We conceded when Milan went back
Great, yes, you're right, exactly. When we went back to our usual formation, we conceded straight away.
Yeah,
you're right. You're completely right, and that is the proof that is. Andon left, but I was just adding Andon to the live, tell him to come back. So that is the proof that Pioli is putting the formation wrong. A 5-3, a 5-3-2 will be a good formation as well, because you will let Leao and Calabria unleash themselves more high in the pitch. You will have still three midfielders that covers them, and the two strikers will be Leao, CDK, Leao, Origi, Leao, Giroud. That's not a bad formation as well. Andon, man, go for it. By the way, congratulations for your new adventure. I didn't tell you the other day. Really forgot.
Thank you.
I hope it's going better than Milan.
Hopefully. I'm starting at the beginning of March, so I'm still preparing everything. But still, there's time. Hopefully by March, Milan will improve as well. because this is unacceptable. I don't care what anybody says. This cannot happen. In
No,
two
no,
games,
cannot
we
happen.
concede
Yeah.
9 goals.
12 in 3.
Let's just take the two. This never happened to Milan. Never. Even if in their worst days, they never had games like this. Even in the worst banter era. Even in seasons in the 80s when they were also shit sometimes. Never did they had this kind of games. I don't know what the fuck
Yeah.
Pioli is having a brain damage. You cannot listen. What pisses me off, in the first 5 seconds we are losing the ball and letting them create a chance. What other team in Europe plays from the kickoffs and pass it to the defender? Not a single one. And after
Really
that,
bad, man. Really bad.
Tatarusanu is conceding every single shot. He made only one good save, and everything else went behind him. Went in the goal. He could have saved the second goal. He could have saved the third goal. Those were easy saves. You cannot get beat as a goalkeeper to the near post. You are standing next to it. And Pioli is saying, "Oh, Vasquez is not ready," but Tatarusanu is ready, conceding goals from every shot. He has I think 30% save rate, 37% rate. That's even worse than in handball. That's a handball percentage saves. And in handball games, they score around 30 goals per game. That's how bad he is.
What's the average save percent of a decent goalkeeper? Do you guys know?
What's
I
that?
think they have around 60, something like that.
Yeah.
Anyway, the eye test says that Tatarzan is not good. Not even the stats. You don't even need the stats. Look at Tatarzan. It's not good. But you know what? The other guy, I don't think he could do a lot with all the 5 chances as well that scored the goal.
At least
well as
the
other
second,
chances.
at least the second and the third goal, everybody can save that. Even if we stay on the goal, we could save that. The second was near to the near post, and the header was in the middle. That's not acceptable.
So the header, you definitely can save the header if you are a good goalkeeper. But sometimes goes so fast, the ball goes so fast. But the shot on his post, that was a strong shot. You can save it as well. I think if you're younger and you have good reflex, you can save the 2 goals you're talking about. I agree with you. But you have Tataruzano as a goalkeeper, so you need to do something tactically to make sure he does not get exposed
when
so
we spoke
much.
about, I'm just checking the percentage saves. This is from this season, from the first 4 Europe. Everybody has over.
Oh, fuck.
Roy, you okay?
Only Tatarusanu is terrible.
You got caught off, I think.
I think Roy is watching the game. That's it. I know what he was saying about that. You sent me the link. Do you want me to share it? No.
What is this? Anyway, if we lose against Inter, we're probably ending up in Europa League, because we have such a difficult schedule after Inter. We have Torino, then we have, I think we have Tottenham, then we have Atalanta, something like that.
Today's games would have been an easy game. I do believe so. Sassuolo have been so damn bad this season. This Sassuolo is not even like last season's Sassuolo.
Yeah, they're the worst team in the league currently.
Sassuolo lost 7 games in a row before playing it.
Yeah, they scored
7.
4 goals or something like that.
We play Inter, Torino, Monza away, Atalanta, Fiorentina.
I'm really scared of Monza.
In between.
I mean, Andon, Pioli, if he does not get a result in the derby, not in the derby, but the game after the derby, if he does not get a win, the game after the derby is fired. He is.
He should be fired today. Not even wait the derby, but okay, let's give him a chance. Because it's too late. the season will be over. There is no point in changing him. The season is over. Nobody is gonna do nothing.
Over is not, because we're talking about having another 15 games in front of you. So it's not like
it's over. We cannot do nothing after that.
What do you
no,
mean?
you can still finish top 4.
Like this, no. With Pioli, no.
Yeah, but if you fire him, you can still finish top 4. That's
If
what
he
I'm saying. It's
changes
not
the
over.
tactics, then he will.
Yeah. If he changes the tactics, like we were saying, if he changes the tactics against Inter, Torino, Tottenham, and the other game, Atalanta, he will get a decent amount of points and get back in
I
track.
really don't understand something. CDK is finally playing, showing something. He's not great, but at least he's showing something, some signs, and he takes him off. He's playing with double left wing. Both Lau and Rebic were playing as left wingers. He doesn't know what he's doing on the field.
But that's the issue. When you concede, you do dumb, stupid things during the game to get back on track. If you put a formation from the beginning that he's not going to concede goals, whatever you do after, you're going to look like a genius, because the players are going to try to find a solution and score a goal. That's what basically Allegri does.
You know what's stupid? You're losing you have conceded 3 goals in the first half. You're not changing anything. You're just changing player for player, hoping that they will play better in the same position, same formation, same everything. That's not how it works. When you're losing and seeing something, you need to change the formation. It's very simple. We need more muscle in the midfield. We need an extra player in that midfield. We need somebody to protect the back line. Although they're getting no protection. Even Tonali is playing like a moron these games. I don't know what happened with him as well.
Like, do you guys think the only reason Pioli played CDK this game was because the amount of hate he was getting from the fans for not playing CDK?
No,
I don't think he likes CDK as a player, as a cam at all. So I don't know why he even start him if he doesn't believe in him.
Guys, I think Pioli does not make decision in terms of I like or I don't like a player, or the fans want that player to play. It's all on your mind, guys. Pioli has played CDK because he wants the guy to find his path, his way, because he sees that CDK in the training is extremely talented, so he wants him to get that player. But unfortunately, CDK does not have the personality to play at San Siro for Milan. He does not have that personality.
But
or
he
he's not
played
showing
good
it
today.
until
He
now.
played good today. He didn't have to take him off. He at least was trying something in the first half. He tried something. The only ones that were playing something were him and Salamakers.
But he did
Nobody
some
else.
decision, and I'm sorry, and he did some decision in the pitch that were completely wrong. CDK, he had a nice dribbling in the middle of the pitch, and he gives a pass deep on Giroud. Are you idiot? You have Leao on the left, so you basically are going on.
But Rebic was even worse. Rebic was worse.
No, sorry, Rebic was not worse. But anyway, you have Rebic on the left. You give a pass in the space to Giroud, which is not fast, and he's never gonna get. Giroud is making that move to give you space. So you
that's from the coach. They are trying to go long balls to Giroud. Every single place try to get a long ball to Giroud.
I'm not talking about the long balls. I'm talking about a situation when he dribbles his man and he goes on a run.
Even that. Their plan is just pass the ball to Giroud. Send a high ball to Giroud, or whatever. Just find Giroud. That's the only thing that Pioli tells them to do. You cannot play like that.
No. I think CDK was poor. CDK was poor.
Nobody's the players don't believe in Pioli anymore. He lost the locker room completely. It's a chaos. He lost them completely.
I want to answer this. I want to answer to Chun.
CDK is poor. Sorry, what do you want to answer?
So you guys really think that Pioli is so retarded that he doesn't see the simple tactical solution you propose, or that he's so arrogant that he refuses to acknowledge them and do the best for the team? No, I think he is being arrogant. He's
Yes.
just insisting on trying to put a ball inside a square, or like I mean, right now he has no choice. He has no choice anymore. He cannot propose the same anymore.
Listen, last season we won the Scudetto because we played on the counter. We didn't dominate the game. We let the other teams play, and we hit them on the counter. Why the fuck did he change that? There is no need to change something that is working. This season he's trying to keep the ball, dominate the game. We don't have the players for that. We don't have the players necessary to do that. And that's why he is losing. He thinks he's Pep Guardiola because he won one Scudetto.
I really think it is a quick fix, MMG. MMG says, losing 4-0 against Lazio was a disaster, for losing 5-2 at San Siro. It definitely it's not a quick fix, and it's very bad. I mean, just let them defend their ass off instead of opening up space.
Let the ball to the other team. Let the other team play. And hit them on the counter. That's the only solution we have right now.
I don't think we are able to do something like a counter play at all. Like before we can go on a counter, we need to defend first. Like if we are going to concede on every shot we concede.
But we won't if we play with a 3-man midfield, not with 2, with 3-man midfield.
Yeah.
Three-man midfield. Keep the lines together. Not 2-1 or 1-2, but 3. Pure 3.
So great. We were so great last season because one of the midfielders dropped down as the third defender. And even when Kalulu and Tomori were pressing high up, there was somebody at the back that can clear the mess. Whether it was Tonali or Benacer or whatever, or Krunic, there was somebody there to make up an extra man in that defense.
Listen, Anton, is like this. We should not compare with the season before. The season before, this group of players were hungry to win. So they were doing that extra mile, that extra run. They were focused. They were concentrated.
Yeah.
So they were expressing the 4-2-3-1 of Pioli really well because they had everything was on focus. They were concentrated. Now you won the Scudetto. You're not focused. There is complacement. You're not doing that extra mile of run. You're not sprinting. You're not concentrated enough. Mike Maignan is injured for 4 months. You start to lose games. Your mind starts to get to not be confident anymore because you're a young player. You're not finding the solution. No one is giving you the solution because the person that should be giving you a solution is telling you to play in the same way, and you don't understand why you're not performing, and you keep losing. So the coach needs to understand these kids are lost. They lost the hunger. They lost the confidence. They lost everything. They are not expressing the 4-2-3-1 in the way I want. So I'm not going to repeat the 4-2-3-1. I'm going to add another midfielder. I'm going to put Salamakers on the right so we can cover all that wing with Calabria. And I'm going to unleash Theo on this left. And I'm going to have a midfielder that's going to cover Theo because I have 3 midfielders. I'm going to unleash Theo. I'm going to unleash Leao. I'm going to unleash maybe a counter striker like Rebic or Origi. And the first 45 minutes, I'm going to tire the team. I'm going to be defensive so the team gets nervous. The opposite team gets nervous. They don't find solution. They start to make mistakes. They start to leave spaces. And I'm going to punish them. And if I don't do that in the first 45 minutes, I'm going to put my changes. Origi, Rebic, Diaz, CDK, and go on a counter again. Until the opposition is going to make one mistake. Because every team does mistakes. Every team leaves spaces, and you punish them. If you don't do that, you're going to finish 0-0. You're going to do 0-0 with Lazio, 0-0 with Sassuolo.
Yeah, but even the motivation is part of the coach, of the manager job to motivate the players. If you cannot motivate the players, you're not up to the job. You need to find.
I told you, it's Pioli. It's Pioli. It's Pioli. It's not about. It's Pioli that does not understand that this team has not the mental. state of mind they had a year ago. They don't have it. They don't have it. They will have it the next season when this season is gonna finish. They're gonna be like rubbish. Like we did a rubbish job this season. They're gonna have it next season. This season they don't have it. This season they're lost. So they're lost. Park the bus. Put 3 midfielders. Cover Calabria. Cover Theo.
Listen, if you see that the players are lost, they don't know how to be the favorite. Just sell them. Make money on them. Because you don't need to.
Who are you going to?
Yes.
You cannot
Yes.
sell
Why
Tonali.
would you need the players that cannot handle the pressure of being a favorite?
You're going to sell Tonali.
I'm going to sell everybody to continue to play like this.
Just change the tactics.
Just change the tactics, and they're gonna come back mentally. If you start to win games, you start to put the same tactics. They're gonna win mentally. They're gonna get back.
It's not like a fruit that has gone bad and you have to throw it away. It's just you just have to put the players different. You have to dispose. You have to change the solutions, the tactics. You have to not give so much space. Reorganize the formation, and Tonali's going to be back to what Tonali was, and so all the other guys. I mean, right now,
we can't be selling our top players already. Like that's a bad idea. We are creating more problem for ourselves.
If you sell players,
only 18
when we sell players, we need to go out there and look for a good player again. How are we going to do that? We only think our selling players, then who's going to replace them?
We're just going to shoot ourselves in the foot. John, I want to answer. Chuck, it's not about. It's about space. It's about covering space and bodies, and it just makes it more difficult for opposing teams. That's what it is. If you only play with 2 midfielders, right, and basically you have Teordanes all the way up, of course it's easy for teams to attack you, and then you have to. Everybody is trying to get their position, and it's just chaotic. But if you have an organized line of 3, organized line of 4. Of course, you're going to cover space better.
Let's show it here for a second.
Yeah.
We are. Okay.
What were you going to say, Anna? You're going to say something to me?
Oh yeah, Origi is missing only 18 goals to get 20.
No.
Yeah, he scored 2. He's missing 18.
19.
But that one is for the Champions League.
No, you said 20 plus 1.
Yeah, that's for the Champions League.
That's
exactly. That's exactly. Yeah, that's it. That's it. That's information right there.
So look at this now. I'm gonna show you the where you see our formation. I'm gonna show the highlights, but I'm gonna show footage of the highlights. I like stills. So just give me a second.
And in this formation, the 8 will drop down to strengthen the defense when it's needed. And you have one of the midfielders to push a little bit forward. If you remember that season when Torino scored 11 goals.
But I say even to like when we in a defensive posture to bring those 2 wingers on the same line.
Yeah. They're gonna go back, and I'm gonna show everything.
And I think Pobega will benefit a lot from this formation. Will be a lot more helpful in this kind of formation as the 3rd midfielder.
Yep.
And Pobega, and by the way, Pobega likes to go forward, and he always finds himself in situations. So he will be perfect for this 4-3-3 because it's gonna be of the 3 midfielder, him or Benacer or Tonali. Every time they go up, they can be dangerous in a different ways. They just need to combine when they need to see if somebody goes up, the other 2 stays. Simple as that. But anyway, I'm gonna show you guys. So 1 second. So there we go. I I'm gonna show the stills. Okay. So give me a second. So share screen. Here we go. Can you guys see it?
This one, yeah, we can see it now.
Yeah.
So look at
Hold on, Larry. Use the AC Milan highlights because
No, I'm not moving it. I'm gonna keep it still. I'm not gonna. This thing is not gonna move. We know what happened after. The defense make. Look at this position. Look where Tonali is. Tonali is at the end of the circle. Of the circle.
Yeah.
Krunic was far on the right. If you had the third midfielder would be here in the circle.
But even listen, Larry,
the third midfielder will be there.
Listen, even in this kind of situation, the defenders should not be set up like this because you're leaving a huge hole on the left. They should move.
The defender, no. The defender can't do that because the third midfielder is gonna be there.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
That is the thing.
A mistake.
But no, listen to me. Our players, they are lost. This is the example of being lost. Theo Hernandez not being in position. Gabbia being 50 meters away from Theo Hernandez. And that hole, you can land an helicopter in that hole. That is the definition of being lost.
Listen, that's why even here it's another problem because Gabbia is slow. When you have a fullback like Theo who likes to go forward and leave space behind, you need the faster center back at that side, not the slower one, so he can get quicker to the attacker.
No, okay, we had that with Tomori and we did this mistake again. It's not like the easiest thing is to put a man there that actually tell Gabbia to run faster. That is the reality. I'm gonna show you now on the board this situation. So I'm gonna show this thing on the board so we can talk about this on the board. So now we have, because we have this type of formation, Selemakers was trying to do something here. Leao was here. Tonali, obviously, Krunic was coming here to support Selemakers. Our number 10 probably was here. I see it in the picture. And so you have Tonali that has to stay close to Krunic. So everyone is moving in this direction because the ball is here. The ball is here. So we are moving here. Now you know Theo Hernandez wants to win this game. His mentality is, I need to go forward and solve the situation. So Theo Hernandez is going here. If this guy here is not a number 10, but he's a midfielder, he's going to be here because he's going to see Theo Hernandez go. And he's gonna stay, or Tonali knows that he does not need to go so far. He's gonna stay. So the moment, how's it called? Selemakers lose the ball, these guys can cover, and you have the 4 defenders here. You stop this situation, or you can stop this situation even just like this. Tonali comes out because it's trying to recover. This guy is here. Theo Hernandez is running back. This is the third midfielder. Now, I'm going to show you the penalty. Because we discussed the other 2 goals were, I'm going to show you the penalty. Look at the penalty. The penalty is crazy stuff. First of all, the penalty shows you how we are not understanding what we're doing. So here we go. Look at the still. Look at Kalulu, how high he's in the pitch with no reason. There is no reason for him to be there. Look at Gabbia, how far is it? There is not a cohesive line. If there was a third midfielder,
right, exactly.
Kalulu does not need to go there because Kalulu sees that there is a midfielder there, so he's gonna stay in line with Gabbia. The player is gonna play on the wing, and Kalulu is gonna stop him. So even if Calabria gets surpassed, Kalulu is gonna be there. So if I show you on the board, let's go on the board here. The situation is the same. We have Krunic here, Tonali here, the number 10. Selemek is trying to cover. The ball is here, basically. Here we go. That's what we have here. There is a space here because there is 2 midfielders. They are, of course, they are not doing their job properly, because when we do our job properly, 2 midfielders are more than enough, but we are not. The 2 midfielders are out of position. Kalulu is coming out to stop wrongly. There is a space. If you have the 3rd midfielder, Kalulu stays here. Here we go. The 3rd midfielder. These guys are out of position. Like, they're completely out of position. The 3rd midfielder is here. Is here fighting. Or let's say this 3rd midfielder is out of position. The pivot can be Benacer, can be Krunic, can be Tonali, is here. Because that is his job, to stay in front of the defense. So every out of position of midfielders, the pivot is always going to move and cover. So Kalulu does not need to go. The midfielder is going to be here. It's going to move. And that ball is going to be harder to go through. And let's say it goes through. Calabria does not need to go on a 1v1. Can let this man go. Kalulu is going to stop it. Or try to stop. And it's going to be like this. So going back. The 3 midfield. This is the pivot. You have it here. Let's say you want to play a bit more creative trio because you don't have a pure right wing. You have a Diaz type of player or a CDK type of player. You play like this.
Yes.
You can play this.
You don't need the right
let's
wing
say,
like this.
And these guys can get in here whenever you need them. Now, let's say these guys goes out of position. We lose the ball. Whatever happened. Hernandez is gone too high. We lose the ball here. This midfielder is always going to do this. Or he's going to do this. Or he's going to do this. This 3rd midfielder is going to go everywhere. Every hole we leave, like dumbass we are, this 3rd midfielder is going to go there.
Who's going
Whatever
to be that
positional mistake we do, the 3rd midfielder is going to cover that.
I think
But
only Benacer can do that.
Like, can I add something?
Yeah.
The thing is, they're not even doing basic academy stuff at this point.
Yes.
Basic academy attacking, how to like mark even your defender, like they're having a hard time even doing that.
But we know that. Well, but we know that. That's why you need a 3rd midfielder. You have 11 idiots in the pitch that don't know what they're doing. Add a 3rd midfielder because, Clint, you're completely right. They're doing the basics. They're doing it wrong. So why you need an extra player here? Why you fucking need an extra player here when everyone is doing everything wrong?
And that's why, as much as I
You need to put an extra player on the
Right.
danger zone so you cover every stupid things these other players are doing.
just
Not
go
here.
back keep it simple, go back to basics. But from everything that I've been reading on different resources, I read
Oh, Clint, I lost you, man. I didn't hear anything what he said.
I think you need to reconnect.
Clint, you need to reconnect. Like,
Okay, you're disconnected. You're in the matrix is glitching, Clint.
Like what Lion was saying on the pivot, that number 7 guy. I
And
think only Benacer can do that
And
job.
I'm really also pissed off by the post-match interviews. They are not
By
saying,
whom?
and by everybody of them.
Well, Pioli today said that the goal, the Scudetto, is going to be finished in top 4.
Yeah,
So
Napoli
he's
already won.
lowered his He has lowered his standards.
If you can search a statement from Capello when he was at Milan, when they lost 5-0 to Roma, you can find that on the YouTube. See what kind of statement by Capello. They lost a game 5-0, I think, when Capello was coach, and you can find the statement after that game. And you see what
yeah, but that was the Berlusconi Milan.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
That's kind of statement you have to do after that humiliation.
It matter because Pioli needs to tell these kids, forget about the Scudetto. You guys are not playing for the Scudetto right now. If you look at Napoli and you put the pressure of you winning games because you have to win the Scudetto, forget about it. Our goal now is to win the next game. That's it. He's right. By the way, why you should say something different, man? He's right. If he says we're still on the Scudetto, you gotta laugh at him.
Yeah,
that's the reality.
No, I'm pissed off by him defending Tatarusanu. You cannot defend him.
What? Come on, Ando. Hold on, Ando. Now I know we are all upset about topics, but what do you expect the coach to do? Like,
yeah, exactly, man.
He's not Mourinho. Like he's not going to.
I mean, that's the goalkeeper right now. He can't tear him an asshole on TV and destroy them even more.
Bench him. Don't say anything. Just don't let him touch the field.
Anyone beside Maguinian is just not good. You have to accept that.
Exactly. I don't think. I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know. We did, guys. We did one.
I don't care.
We played Tatarusano. I'm sorry, but we played Tatarusano against Inter a season ago with a healthy team. Tatarusano was still doing well. It's not like, come on, guys. The team is in disarray. It's a disaster.
That was season ago.
Exactly, but at that time the team was healthy. So the team is healthy.
Even then, that was the only game he played good against Inter. He wasn't brilliant at the other games. He done some stupid shit in the other games as well. Last time when we had problems like this was when Diego Lopez was the goalkeeper. He got into a situation like this, and Mihajlovic then promoted Donnarumma. I'm not saying that the keepers in the Primavera currently are Donnarumma level, but I bet you that they are a lot better than Tatarusanu is currently at this given time.
But
give them chance. If you don't believe in David Vasquez, give them chance. Do anything. Just try to change something. He's not even
for me. Andon. If he plays the double pivot and he puts Vasquez or prime Gigi Buffon, for me, he's an idiot.
Yeah,
I want the change in the midfield, man. Because
but it's not just the listen.
It's
not just the midfield. He's not communicating with the players. You cannot see him yelling. You cannot see talking to them.
No, I don't care about him yelling, man. You saw those footage, man. You can yell as much as you want, man. The players don't know what's going on here.
But that's a goalkeeper job. I was a goalkeeper. I know. That's the goalkeeper job, to command the defense, to tell them what to do in certain situations. He's not even talking to them. He's not even yelling at them.
He's not leaving his 6-yard box, Larry.
Dude,
he's not even leaving his 6-yard box.
So do you guys think a 19-year
he's frozen to the goal line?
The 19 years goalkeeper is not.
How can he shout? Sorry, look at this footage. How can he shout to Kalulu to tell him not to stay in position? How can Tatarusanu tell Kalulu?
But it's not just this certain incident.
But this is the goal.
Any given time.
Okay, look. I mean, I was arguing like, how can Johnny can't go in an interview and say Tata is shit and all this stuff. But you can't do that.
You cannot do that, man. I don't know what you guys are.
But by the way, that's what goalkeepers do. That's a job for a goalkeeper.
No, Pioli cannot go on the live press. You cannot go on a live press and say Tatarusanu is a shit goalkeeper. That's why I lost the game today. I'm actually a good coach.
Forget about what Pioli said. I'm speaking about Tatarusanu goalkeeping style. You cannot be a goalkeeper
Do
in
we
the modern
need to
game
speak
like that.
about that? Do we need to speak about that?
Yes,
Do we
need.
actually need here? No, because we all agree that he's a shit goalkeeper, man. We all agree on that. We don't need to do that to talk
change
about
him. That's why I'm saying.
No, because I don't want to Anwar. I don't want to lose another game because we tried Vasquez. No,
but
chance.
we cannot lose it.
We're playing without a goalkeeper. We are playing without a goalkeeper right now.
What doesn't make difference?
We might as well have a
anyway.
We might as well have a track.
90% a loss.
We are going to get a result if you put a 3 midfielder and Tatarusanu in the goal. Not Vasquez, man. No, we're not gonna. Vasquez is not gonna.
Let's compromise, Larry. Can we compromise?
There's no compromise, bro.
Three midfielders plus Vasquez. 3 midfielders plus Vasquez. Compromise.
Dude,
but you guys don't know what Vasquez is like.
Exactly, you guys are.
But we know what Tatarusanu is like. It's like having a traffic cone in the goal.
but maybe Vasquez is even worse. Who knows?
It's not possible. It's not possible to be worse. It's not possible.
Hey guys. Let me add this. Let me add this. Hypothetically, let's say Vasquez is worse, right? We might as well find out against the Inter game.
Exactly. Let's just find out.
When Tatarusanu leaves, and then he has to play a game where we're counting on him, and he comes and disappoints us.
Yeah, let's find out.
I might as well put him now.
Yeah,
can we find out?
Clint, you know what? Let's find out because Pioli's gonna get fired, not you or me or Rock. Of course, let's find out, man. Let me call Pioli right now because he's gonna get fired, not me and you. So fuck it, let's find out. You guys are nuts. You guys, the way you guys think is madness, in my opinion. You guys think Pioli is a video game.
But hey, it's fine. Lie. It's fine if we think it's a video game, but the way they're playing. Don't be surprised about any way of fans thinking a certain way.
You cannot justify. Let's find out, man. It's like me telling you I did your job. Clint, tell your boss that he's a piece of shit. Let's find out. Maybe you're not getting fired and you're getting a promotion. Let's find out.
That got nothing to do with that, bro.
We're gonna lose a game.
Yeah, exactly.
We're gonna lose a game.
Lie. You explained to me that conceding 9 goals in 2 games is simply because we don't have only just 3 midfielders. I don't know. You tell me that.
Yeah.
If it has nothing to do with the
goals. That's a lot of
9 goals from 12 shots is not. That's not even happening.
I think it's all to do with information.
Guys,
that's not even happening.
Guys. Tata cannot make a save. He can't make a save.
We've won plenty of games with Tatarusanu, guys.
He can't move.
Guys, can I say something? Sassuolo scored 5 goals today. 3 of those were tap-ins and penalties. Do you guys understand what you guys are talking about?
On all the goals, Tata's feet are glued to the goal line. This guy doesn't move. He's not active in the box. He has no energy. He is not active in the box. He's frozen to the goal line.
Just a second.
I mean, he is a problem.
He was too slow reacting even to the penalty. He almost got because the penalty was not shoot to the side.
Guys, he saved the penalty in the derby last year, bro.
Man, even the penalty.
Hold on. How old is Vasquez? Vasquez 24?
24.
26, 25, whatever.
Okay, we signed a goalkeeper technically in the prime years of his age. We're probably planning to lose anyway against Inter. Just put the fucking guy in. You signed him. You put Donnarumma in 17 years old.
Okay, but we signed a player that played. Where was he playing, first of all?
Donnarumma was playing where?
Donnarumma
was playing in the Primavera.
No, but Donnarumma is a generational talent. That's different.
But doesn't matter.
Yeah. He's 17. This guy Vasquez is in prime.
Messi was a generational talent.
Okay, but why sign a goalkeeper if you don't intend to play him? What's the reason?
No, I agree with Blair. You put Gigi Buffon in that goal. You keep on playing this way, you're still going to get scored 4 goals.
No, you're not going to get scored.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are.
No.
Yes.
Because a goalkeeper,
you put Magnan in there.
A normal goalkeeper is not conceding those kind of goals that today.
Okay, why? Listen to me. We played against how's it called? Salernitana. We won 2-1. Why we didn't lose? Tatarusanu was playing that game.
That's one game that we won. Luckily, we won it.
Okay.
56
And what
minutes
about
against
all
Roma.
the games before that we won
Yeah.
with Tatarusano?
But that was before. I'm speaking currently. He's so shit. He's terrible.
Yeah.
I even
No, he was
defended
shit.
Tatarusano.
He wasn't always shit.
He
Hey,
was
hey, hey.
always the same.
always
He's always been the
shit.
same.
No,
He's
goalkeeper.
playing worse. No. He is playing worse.
Everybody's playing worse.
Everybody's playing worse. I agree. Everybody's playing worse. Tata was okay before, and I used to be a Tata advocate. But right now, he is playing horrible. You might as well play with no goalkeeper.
That team is playing horrible.
Oh my God. You sign a goalkeeper in his prime. He's young. He has energy. He wants to prove himself.
Yeah.
He has quicker reflexes. Most likely, he has quicker reflexes.
Okay.
Just put him in.
Yeah, and what happens if we lose 4-0? What are you going to say?
You
Bring
don't know
Tata
if
back!
you lose
Bring
if you don't
Tata
try
back!
it.
This guy sucks!
No,
Bring Tata
I'd rather
back!
lose 4-0
You know
with a
what's gonna
goalkeeper that can move
Roy.
than with a goalkeeper that doesn't move.
Roy, you know what's gonna happen? Pioli's gonna get fired. People are gonna be shocked why he played the guy that is inexperienced, and we're gonna be here again living our life. But Pioli's gonna get fired. Pioli that made the decision gonna get fired, dude. He's not gonna.
But he's
make
gonna
that
get
decision
fired
because he's
anyway
gonna
if he
lose.
continues to play Tatarusano. What's the difference
No,
when
if
he
we
plays
put-
You have to
Tatarusano?
change the tactics, not the goalkeeper. The
Anton,
goalkeeper is the
if
one
we
we
put
have.
three
Both.
midfielders
I want
with-
both. I want the
you
four.
want both,
Listen,
okay.
the 4-2-3-1 is a very modern, complex formation. If your players are not on the top of their game and top form, you cannot execute a 4-2-3-1 effectively. It's not possible.
Yeah.
They have to change to a 4-3-3, but at the same time, you need a goalkeeper that can fucking move, guys. He can't move.
Okay,
He's not
okay.
speaking to the defense. He's
All
not
right,
speaking.
All right. But according to Pioli, Vasquez is not ready. That's what he said. So,
Bro, you cannot
Actually,
take it
to
out.
say he's not ready, but
Actually,
Tatarusano conceding 5 goals
I
is
mean,
ready.
listen. There's a big difference between what was he playing? Where was he playing? Like, was he playing even
Paraguay,
first division?
Paraguay.
Brazil. He was playing in Brazil, not in Paraguay.
No, in Paraguay or Venezuela.
He has some
something like
games in Brazil as well.
I think it was in. I don't know where he was playing,
Yeah.
but
that. Guys, there is a goalkeeper coach that is telling Pioli is not ready.
okay.
Now,
Here,
if
I
you
have
think-
one for you guys.
If you
I
guys
have one
think
for
the
you guys.
goalkeeper coach wants to lose games, you guys are nuts.
Like, I have one for you guys here. A few weeks ago, people were saying Ochoa this, Ochoa that. Then Ochoa got scored 8 goals in one game. He conceded what? 8 goals in one game.
Against Atalanta, that game?
Yeah.
If Atalanta plays like that against us, we're going to give up 10 goals with Tata. 10.
That's good.
But
That's good.
but not because of Tatarusano.
Okay.
And Ochoa didn't concede those goals because he's shit. It's because Salernitana didn't show up.
But
the
that's
reality.
one game. That's one game that they were destroyed. We are getting destroyed every single game. That's the difference.
Anton, the guy that we bought from Venezuela, if the coach, the goalkeeper coach, the guy that coaches Mike Magnan, Tatarusano, and this guy, if this guy that coaches them every day thinks he's not ready, can you fucking trust him at least?
No, I don't
No,
trust this
I
goalkeeper
can't.
coach. I don't trust this goalkeeper coach. Mike Magnan's injured constantly with no injury history
Okay.
ever in his career. Tata play like shit. Mirante, when he comes in, he's even worse. This goalkeeper coach,
Well,
what the hell is he
Mirante's
teaching?
40 years old. Is 40 years old. Mirante was he retired. They brought him back because
Actually, you know what?
Because we're broke.
I'm glad that you brought up this goalkeeper coach. I'm glad that you brought him up because he needs to be fucking fired too.
You cannot say Vasquez is not ready, but your goalkeeper that is conceding 5 goals per game is ready. That's
Yes,
not
Man,
Don't
it's
say
not
that.
because of the goalkeeper that we're conceding 5 goals, guys.
It's
not-
both. It's
Oh.
both.
We can
It's
we
both.
can all agree that Tatarusano is not the ideal goalkeeper. We can all agree.
He's
But
the
if
worst.
you
The
think
problem is
if you
the
think
worst.
that you can put a fucking 2 goalkeepers on that in that goal, as long as we keep on playing like this, we'll still concede goals.
Did Tata
Yes,
get
but
beat?
we
He
lost
got beat at the
5.
near post. Did he get beat at the near post 2 times or 3 times today? I forgot. At the near post. 2?
One time.
No, it was 2. It was 2.
Yo, listen
Two at
to
the
me.
near post.
Bro.
The header and
on
the shot at
header.
the near post.
Okay, who was marking the player on the header?
Why is Tata's feet glued on the goal line when the corner is coming 6 feet away from the goal? He takes
Why
2
the
steps.
guy-
Tata can
Why
take
the
2
guy is
steps.
not marking
2
properly?
steps forward. The cross comes in. He takes 2 steps forward to the 6-yard box. He can punch. He punches the ball. He punches the ball.
Why is that header count
The
going?
guy is 7'1". This fucking guy's a giant. He stays glued on his goal line.
Listen, Rock, you have not
Why
discovered.
they're not
Hold on. Rock, you have not discovered the wheel today. We all know
We
what
know
Tatarusano is. You have not discovered the
Why
wheel.
we're not defending better?
I agree with that too, but why can't he take 2 steps forward on a goal kick to punch the ball that's 5 feet away from the goal? It's right there, the
Because
near post. It's a near post cross 5 feet away.
No.
Your wings. He has a 7-foot wingspan.
Lard,
It's not so easy.
even the defense will play better with a better goalkeeper because the goalkeeper organizes the defense. Every single time the goalkeeper organizes the defense.
Listen, guys, we all know
And
this.
he's not gonna be Anton. He's not gonna be a kid from Venezuela that's gonna.
He's
organize
not a
his
kid. He's
defense.
24 years old. They bought him for a reason.
I mean, he's
The
a
fuck did
kid,
they sign
man.
him
He's
for?
a kid, dude.
He's not a kid.
We
24.
bought
You're
for
not a kid at
Anton.
24.
We bought for a reason. Balo Touré, but cannot perform, dude. So does not mean we brought him and he can perform. We brought him because we need a third goalkeeper. Because
Then
Tataruzano
fire Maldini and Massaro if that's the case. Fire them.
Dude, you cannot blame. I'm not. First of all, I cannot fire anyone. I cannot fire anyone.
You have
I'm
to
just
command
saying,
the area.
I'm saying as
You have
a-
to command the area. You have to
Exactly.
command the area.
The kid,
we
the guy
all
from
know-
Venezuela. he's not
Tata
gonna
cannot
do that.
command the area. Tata can't even command the goal line. He doesn't come out to do anything. He stands there
And even
frozen the whole time.
And even the guy from Venezuela is not gonna do it
How do we know? We don't know that.
because Pioli and the coach
Because
told
they
you.
probably see it in training. They probably see
They
it in
see it in training, man. Fucking,
But the
fucking
same thing
Calabria
they're
crosses
seeing
the
in training,
ball
they're
and he does
losing the
not
game.
stop
So
it.
their decision is not the best, as we can see.
Anton, if you look at the training, if you go and look at the training, probably Tataruzano is blocking every fucking cross because it's a
No, he's
training
not.
session.
I'm
And,
not even
and if you
kidding,
look
but-
at the training, the Paraguayan guy maybe is not even stopping any of those balls. It's
What-
shaky as fuck.
Why don't we see it in the
Maybe.
game then? Like, how come we're not
But
seeing
why
it in the
does it
game?
matter what they do
But
in
it's
training
even
when
the-
they play like shit on the match day? I don't
Bro,
care if you're
bro,
the best
bro.
player on training.
Yeah.
Rock, if you perform 100 on training
Mhm.
on a professional game, and on Sunday you're gonna perform 70. If you perform 50 on a training, you're gonna perform 10 on a professional game. Because that is a training.
But Tatarusano is
Ronaldinho,
performing in minors.
Ronaldinho,
I don't know. You know what? A lot of players
Ronaldinho-
don't train well. Go ahead.
Listen to me. Diaz on a training ground dribbles 5 players. Sunday, if he dribbles 1 player and passes the ball, has achieved massive things. That is the difference. So
But it
Tataruzano
doesn't
in
have to
training.
matter what you do in training.
Yeah, some
It
players
matters.
Some
It
players
matters.
train poorly. No. Some players train poorly, but they give a worldie in the match day. A lot of players like that.
Guys, if Sportiello came to Milan, he would be the starter right away
Starter, yeah.
today.
Not even the kid from Venezuela. Sportiello in a bench for Atalanta the last two years. Just understand the level of the kids from Venezuela.
This
Then don't
guy's
buy
gonna-
a kid from
they're
Venezuela and don't
they're gonna
cover-
play this.
Don't take a non-Euro spot for a goalkeeper that you're never gonna use. That's the stupidest thing you can do.
No,
Get
it's
a-
not. Listen, I'll tell you why. Mirante and Tataruzano's contract expires, so they're gonna leave. Sportiello, second goalkeeper. This Vasquez is third goalkeeper. Mike Magnan first.
Well, listen
You
to
need
me.
him.
Vasquez, guys, Vasquez is gonna come in and he's gonna be world-class talent, and
Hey
you're gonna
guys,
be eating your words.
sorry to interrupt you guys. I want to just thank Christian Pasmino. Thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Tata had eye surgery recently. I don't
Yes,
know.
and he got worse after that.
Thank you, Christian. I'm gonna need eye surgery after what I saw today on both of my
Yeah.
eyes.
You know what's the problem, Lard? As Milan, as a team in Italy, they have limited non-European spots, and wasting your non-European spot for a third choice goalkeeper.
No,
It's the
but you don't know.
stupidest
You don't
thing
know.
you can do.
These kids can have a Spanish passport or a Portuguese
He
passport.
doesn't have
You
it.
don't know that.
He
How do you know
doesn't
that?
have it.
How do
Because
you know?
he
Maybe he
takes
can
a
get one.
non-European spot. We cannot sign another non-European.
Yeah, but you can get one in the next 6 months or 1 year.
If he could,
get
he
one.
would have gotten previously. He
No,
cannot
but
get.
it takes time for to get those things. You apply
He
because
cannot
you
get.
Milan votes. Okay, he cannot get. Okay, you know that already. Okay, we are crazy. Okay,
But
maybe we
get.
put as a third goalkeeper on the Champions League. We put the Primavera goalkeeper.
Vasquez is going to come in and he's going to be 10 times better than Tata. Watch.
You know what? I hope you're right, man. And you know what? This is one of the things I want to be wrong. I
don't think you'll ever see it.
You will never see that.
I hope. I don't know.
I don't even know he's good or not.
I don't
I've
think
never
we'll
seen
see
him.
Vasquez
Exactly.
play.
I want to see it, man. I just want to see it. If I'm okay with being wrong.
You
if
know,
he comes in and takes 5 goals, it is what it is. I just want to see it.
You know what this thing reminds me, Roy? When Nathan was asking for Gabbia to start the game because he wanted to see if Gabbia was good. And Gabbia started the game and we lost.
Yeah.
So that's
At least-
exactly. And people are saying, why Romagnoli starting, not Gabbia? At least try it. He's young. Romagnoli is not renewing. Gabbia is going to be with us. Gabbia starts, plays like shit. And people are like, oh yeah, Romagnoli is better. At least he proved me wrong, dude. Milan does not exist to prove you wrong. Milan exists to win games, not to prove me, you, or people on the internet wrong.
Yeah, but Maldini and Massara saw something in the Vasquez kid, or they don't sign him.
I told you what they saw.
Gabbia
Gabbia
came from the Primavera. And, we didn't sign him. We didn't spend money on him. It's a different situation.
I'll tell you what Maldini saw. Maldini saw this. Sportiello is too expensive, 5 million. Let me get this kid. 500,000.
Yeah.
20 days later, we're conceding goals on all the sides. Now they're talking about paying that 5 million for Sportiello. But that does not mean that this kid is good. Maybe this kid is gonna be good in 1 year and a half. Or maybe we send him on loan. He grows and at the age of 27 becomes an incredible goalkeeper. And we keep him as a second goalkeeper, a really good one, or as a first one. You never know. It can happen. He's been here 2 weeks. The guy probably is shaking when he gets the ball. But anyway, guys.
What do you think about these
the
stats
goalkeeper-
here, guys? Look at these stats. I don't know if they're true.
16 goals in 11 appearances in his prior league. That's a lot of goals. But that can be the team is shit. But
Well,
Yeah, we have to apply. We have to apply the same metric. Is that you guys said conceding a lot of goals doesn't have anything to do with the goalkeeper. It's about how you.
yeah,
play.
exactly. That's what I said. Or maybe the team is shit, but he conceded 16 goals.
Is this stat true? Do we even?
Anyway,
confirm?
it's not a high stat. It's
Not
1.5
bad. It's
goals
not
a game.
It's not a
Yeah.
terrible.
It's 1.5 goal. Is not incredible. Is an okay.
I mean, we
stat if your
conceded
team is-
12 goals in 3 games. So
Yeah,
Our average is more than 2 goals a game.
it's 3 goals per game currently.
I gotta check his
And it's
stats.
gonna be, and you know what? Next summer is gonna be really hard for Nathan to tell me that we don't need a defender. It's gonna be really hard for him to explain me that we don't need a defender. Because last summer he was really clever and
that's
we don't need a defender.
That's another thing. Maldini said he's only gonna stay if he sees a project that they intend to invest in the club. But if they continue like this, what's the point?
Wow, this guy Vasquez hasn't even played. Not even, not even for his last club. He didn't play. He didn't play.
He's going to play for the Champions League now.
what do you
He's
mean?
gonna play the derby. He's gonna play the derby, and
Yeah, he's going to play the derby.
Oh my God!
What do you
this
mean either play?
He played two games in 3 games in 3 years.
Where are you seeing this?
One
Wait,
game
tw-
for
He played 2 games in 2022. In 2021, he played 1 game. In 2020, he was on the bench. the whole year, or not in the squad list.
Is this on transfer market or something?
Fucking hell, this guy didn't even play professional before.
Where are you seeing this?
On transfer market. This is for the Copa Libertadores.
That's why I said that beside my minion, we have no one that's actually good at all. So what's the point? Like we are replacing garbage with another garbage. So
I'm not gonna say Vasquez is gonna be infinitely better than Tatarusanu. All I'm saying is Tatarusanu in the last few games, he's not moving. He is immobile.
Like
how can you
Marante
he's immobile. He's immobile.
Exactly. He's a proper striker. 12 goals in 3 games, man.
He knows how to get the ball in the back of the net. I'll say that.
Listen, I was saying something important. I forgot. Wow, whatever.
The Gabriel
anyway, guys,
the defenders, where you can't make the excuse that we don't need a defender anymore.
I mean,
you were gonna say something about our defense.
That's the thing, man. We had the summer before, we had one really small budget, but we could have just fixed one department.
I agree.
One department.
It's Origi +2, by the way, and he got the +2 now. He's got 2 goals.
So now he has 20 more to go?
Now he has 20 more to go, yep. He got his +2.
Now.
Why don't we just do Origi? Let's do 20 plus 5.
Nah, let's not over it.
Okay, yeah, because the 1 goal he scored counts as 5, so maybe he got the +5.
Yes, we can do that.
Actually, let's do this. Every goal he scores is like 10 goals, so he's already got 20.
So he has already got 20.
No. Yeah, he needs 2 more.
I still believe Origi can score a lot of goals this season.
Oh, Roma tied. Roma tied.
Yes.
That's not a good thing for us.
That's not a good news for us, though.
That's not a good thing for us.
Did you guys see the pre-match press conference with Mourinho? He said, "Congratulations to Napoli. They won the league. They deserve it."
Yeah.
What a piece of shit.
And then everyone wants Mourinho to coach Milan. But if Pioli says our goal is top 4, we should kill him. But Mourinho says, "Congratulations to Napoli." Right before they play Napoli, they deserve to win the league. And everybody's sucking Mourinho's dick and wants him at Milan.
Yeah.
No, I don't want Mourinho at Milan.
Pioli said that Pioli said after the Sassuolo game.
El Shaarawy.
Pioli said after the Sassuolo game that our Scudetto is going to be top 4.
He's right, guys. And you guys can cry about it.
Yeah, I've been saying this from the beginning.
Oh, it's over. It's over.
Exactly.
It's over. It's over.
Like, at least he's honest. Like, he's not selling us a dream of winning.
Yeah.
Still.
Yeah.
Guys, let's talk about Tottenham, man.
Like, they're in form right now, I think. Yeah, like they're starting to win.
Let me check if they played this weekend.
Guys, on Sunday, 5th of February, we are having Inter Milan.
Okay, let's talk about Inter Milan first then. What do you think?
And I think after Inter Milan, we're having the Tottenham game, yeah.
We know we play Torino, then Tottenham.
Yeah,
Tottenham plays Man City. Tottenham plays Man City on February 5th. Then they play Leicester City, who's going to be fighting because they need points. And then they play us. So they're going to play two strong teams right before us.
That's a good thing, actually, having Inter and Torino and after Tottenham.
Yeah,
that's a good thing.
And Tottenham has worse. They have Man City and then Leicester City and then us.
Oh, it's important Mike to be back. They say.
By the way, Origi was trying to cross the ball. I was in the shot.
Nah, shut up, bro.
Yeah, they should give him a goal and an assist for that goal.
Yes.
Since his intention was to cross.
But
Boost
the
stats.
goal was pretty good.
That goal was phenomenal, guys. That goal was phenomenal. It was a beautiful goal.
Yeah.
Harry
Soft
Kane,
catch, yeah,
Harry Kane doesn't score goals like that anymore.
Only already scores like that.
Yeah.
He needs to play more.
That was a great goal. That was a great goal. I was so pissed off about the Rebic,
The miss.
the disallowed goal. I mean, I'm like,
Yeah, we should
He
I
got
do
actually
that.
he got the disallowed goal that was bullshit, and he missed a tap-in goal. We should have
Yeah,
had
yeah.
two. Two he should have had.
I don't
today.
think that was that was not a goal to be disallowed in my opinion, because the Sassuolo player completely changed direction at that point.
No, you guys didn't see the offsides lines? Rebic was
No, listen to me.
offside on the
I get
original
it.
cross. He was
Yes,
off.
Yeah.
yes. Okay, on the original cross he's offside, but the ball is going on Giroud. It's not going on Rebic. So the ball is going on Giroud.
That's
It
true.
does not go on Giroud because
But-
the Sassuolo player completely
think the
changed
rule is-
direction.
Yeah.
At that point,
But-
because the Sassuolo player changed direction, is a different occasion.
That's where you draw the line.
Pass.
Yeah. That line is gone because it touched somebody. So there was an intervention before the ball
Yeah.
reached Rebic. That's true, man. Yo, why do we get
That is a bit
fucked
bullshit.
over? We are
But-
so unlucky. They treat us like shit.
Like
They treat us like
this
shit.
is nothing new at all.
Like, what happened? Why do we have
Anyway.
such bad karma? We have such bad karma. We lose every 50-50. We lose every single call. We get cards for the same foul that other teams don't even get a call. What did we do so bad? Our karma is
Yeah.
awful.
Man, I hate Pirati a
Well,
lot.
you know. Never mind.
Yo, formation. How would you play?
I want. You know what? I
3-5-1.
want a 4-3-3. I want a 4-3-3, and I want to play Adley in the 3 and not Pobega.
So I'm playing two goalkeepers, Vasquez and and Tataruzane. So you cannot play 4-3-3.
Put a third one just in
4-3-2.
case. Put three
A
goals.
Yeah,
two-
let me put.
A 2-3-3-3.
Put Mirante in there.
And we're still gonna concede goals like this.
Let me put. Let me put
Morante's
like
gonna
a
Morante's gonna punch the ball into the goal.
Is that a good formation? Is that
That's
a good formation?
yeah. I want to fuck Tottenham with that formation.
Okay, so you want to play a 4-3-3?
4-3-3.
I think Adley. See, you guys are obsessed with players that don't play. But anyway,
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Play Pobega. I don't give a fuck. Put him in.
no. I'm gonna put. I asked you, so
I want Adley,
So
Tonali,
where do you want Adley? In which position?
I want Adley on the left.
mid left, yeah.
Yeah.
And Benacer in front of the defense,
Yeah.
and Tonali
Tonali right.
here, yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Now up front, who is playing as a striker?
I want
Which
Rebic.
player? Okay,
I want Rebic.
Rebic,
Yeah.
and of course Leao, I guess, on the left, yeah.
Yeah. Rebic created a lot of confusion today when he was pressing. He created a lot of issues for the defense. He faded away, of course, as always, but at the start, he was causing a lot of issues for them to recover the ball, and we were picking up scrappy possession in the middle. Okay, hold on. Put Leao further to the left and
Just
further
put
up
him
the
out of
pitch.
the pitch.
There you go. Yeah, right there. Right there.
But there's some news that we're gonna try.
And then I want
against
Salamakers. I want Salamakers on the right.
Oh,
Yeah.
so you want Salamaker?
Yeah.
Do you want him to play like this?
Closer in the
Or
circle.
you want him to go like this?
No, the edge of the circle. Right there.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
He'll
he can
tag back.
actually he can go like this on off ball. Or he
right.
can go like this.
No.
He can play like a cam as well.
Yeah, like that.
So basically off the ball, you can go like this.
Yeah. That's what I want.
Or basically cover.
And then
these
when
two holes.
when we have possession, I want him to go a little towards the middle, and then I want the right back to overlap. Yeah.
See, but Leao staying wide does not allow Teo to.
No. I want Leao to come to the middle, closer to Rebic. Yeah, that's what I want.
Oh, I like this because see now you have.
Yep.
You're covered here.
Yeah.
And even if one of them wants to go, you're covered.
Yep. And then I want
Depending on-
then I want Diaz to come in for Salamakers. And
On the
then
right wing?
Okay.
on the right wing. At like the 60, maybe the 60th minute.
What about if Salamek is playing really well? What do you do? What is your change?
He's not going to be playing really well by the 60th minute.
So Diaz coming in. You want Diaz in a central area or like he played with Juventus wide on the right?
I want him wide, and then I want to put Dest, and then Dest to come closer to the middle.
Whoa!
I don't know. Calabria can't play
No.
90 minutes. Calabria can't play 90 minutes.
So fucking play Kalulu here and put Kier on the last 20 minutes.
Okay, I'm fine with that. Put Kalulu in, and then put Kalulu coming through the mid, more central. Yep, and then he's
maybe
and then Kalulu's gonna pick up the second ball because he's gonna be in the middle.
Listen to me. With three midfielder, maybe Calabria is less tired, has to run less, so it's gonna be more fresh, and maybe you don't need to change it because you have three midfielders.
Maybe.
And anyway, at one point, one of the three is gonna get a yellow card. So which is your plan B if one of the three midfielders get a yellow card? So if Benacer gets a yellow card,
I don't care. I leave them in.
Okay, if Benacer and Adli gets a yellow card, both of them.
I don't think we actually have anyone as good as Benacer.
I take out Adli and I put in Vranks.
Not Pobega. You don't like Pobega?
I don't know, man. Maybe Pobega.
Pobega scored 4 goals already. He likes to go on dangerous position and score goals.
I'm fine with either one. I'm fine. Either one.
You cannot play Vranks against Tottenham because he's not in the list of Champions League.
Okay, so Pobega then.
So you have Krunic or Pobega.
Okay. I put Krunic. I'm sorry.
Okay. So you know Adli is never gonna start in the reality, and Krunic is gonna be starting.
Okay. Put Krunic in then.
But yeah,
let's start again. Let's start again from the first whistle. Put Krunic.
I want to see your vision. So Diaz coming in, Telemek is going out.
Yeah.
Krunic probably coming in, and Adli going out.
Yeah, and then I want. You know what I want? I want Tonali in an advanced position in the center.
Why?
What a goal! Holy
and Benacer and Krunic stay back.
Mamma mia, ragazzi.
Or Krunic in an advanced position.
Just keep it like this, man. You have Diaz already that is trying to push on this side.
Guys, Napoli scored another incredible goal.
Hold on, I'm gonna watch the Napoli goal. 1 second.
And this is why they won in the Mercato. You take Osimhen out, put Simeone in, you're gonna get goals.
Wow.
Like they have a deeper bench than ours.
The bench is just too good. They took out Kvara, Osimhen, and the Mexican guy. What's his name?
Lozano.
And
put in Politano, Elmas, and Simeone.
How is
Raspador is in too.
How's Belotti playing? Roy. How's Belotti playing?
I don't know. Robert's not attacking well.
I didn't even know Belotti was on the field. That's how he's playing.
I want to say something. But you have in the bench Rebic and Origi. What do you do with Rebic and Origi?
I put Origi in for Rebic.
So
No zero.
you're not putting Giroud.
No. No. I'm not putting him in.
But you have 5 changes.
Tottenham's
You have 5 changes,
defenders, they're fast, they're physical, they're aggressive. They're gonna take Giroud out of the game completely. 100%. They're gonna take Giroud out of the game. Giroud's not gonna complete one pass in the game. He shouldn't even step foot on the field.
So this is the 4 changes, possible 4 changes.
4, 1, 2.
So if Leao is playing like shit, do you change him?
If Leao is playing like shit, I put Origi in for Leao, and I switch Origi and Rebic, and I put Origi through the middle and Rebic on the left. And just let him run and foul and win free kicks and just stop Tottenham's momentum. And look for cheap goals, crosses into the box, to be honest.
So
at that point in the game, that's what we're going to have to do.
Would you ask the wings, so Telemakers on one side and Leao on the other, to stay to defend deep, or you tell them don't need to go behind the line, just defend back from here?
I would say defend up to 10 yards behind the midfield, and that's it. No further than that. Yeah, right there.
No further than that.
No further than
let the
that.
midfield.
Yeah.
Let the midfield cover.
Yeah, let the midfield fill in the gaps. Yeah.
So let me put the.
This is your defensive posture?
I would bring the wings a little closer to the middle.
Maybe Telemakers naturally is gonna. So that's how.
That's how you would do it.
You will say.
It's a little too flat. It's a little too flat. It's not layered enough. It's a little too flat.
It's like no, but this guy needs to cover Leao, because Leao is gonna stay up in the pitch, keeping the defenders busy. The fullback here is gonna go high, so Theo is gonna go on a 1v1 a lot of times with the fullbacks or Kulusevski. So the midfielder needs to double up with Theo here. So Ben is gonna go here, Tonali is gonna go here, so Selemakers has to come here. And the same situation is gonna happen.
I don't want that. I don't want Theo 1v1 on the side. I want Theo to go.
That's why you need a midfielder here.
Yeah. I want Theo to go and challenge for the ball higher up, go up, and to the middle. There. I want Theo challenging for the ball there, and 13 covering him if he gets beat. Yeah. If he gets beat.
That's pretty bold.
I don't want the center back to slide over. Ever.
Why? Tata can cover this space.
Don't you just moved Tata more than he's ever moved in the last 10 games. Move Tata again. I want to see what it feels like. Oh, that felt good.
Roy, how you gonna play against Tottenham?
No, I would do either a 4-3-2-1 or a 4-3-3. But defensively, I would have a straight line of 4 and a straight line of 5. Just very simple.
So when you're going forward, you want something like this, or more like this?
I like it like that. Yeah.
Yeah, something like that.
I like that. That looks balanced.
For me, I agree with the 4-3. I like this 3 type of midfield, but I will put a Diaz or a CDK here, or even a Selemakers in the middle, and I will put Leao.
So you do a 4-3-1-2?
4-3-1-2.
4-3-1-2, yeah, with Leao being like a satellite around or Giroud or Rebic.
And you need
so you can run.
Yeah,
I would say Leao, feel free to go whatever wing you prefer. Just stay close to Giroud. So if Giroud challenges, you need to go on the second ball. If Giroud has the ball and give it to the number 10, you need to run behind Giroud in the spaces that Giroud is going to create. I don't want Leao to feel
can anyone else
isolated here.
Can anyone else play besides Giroud? Giroud's not going to get any flick-ons.
CDK.
So Tottenham plays like this. No, Giroud is gonna get flick. It does not need to get flicks, man. It just needs to do this. Look at this. I'm gonna show you what Tottenham usually does, especially with us. Tottenham is gonna go.
But then in this formation layer, if we break with the ball, Tonali has to go up and join the attack, or whoever's closest to the play in the midfield three has to join the attack. One of those three has to join.
So I'm gonna try to mix it up now, so we can see a bit the two teams, moving around a bit. So it's gonna be a bit like this, I will say, and you will have Benacer here, and now the midfielders of Tottenham usually stays a bit like this, and you have the fullbacks going up, at least at this level, and you have this. So that's what we're having with Tottenham.
Yeah.
And depending where the ball is. So if the ball is here, these guys all move. There is a magnet that kind of moves all these players around, apart from the fullback that always stays wide. Always. They never go like this.
Yeah, Emerson Royale stays with his feet on the chalk, on the white line.
So at this point, we have the ball, or at least we are trying. We managed to do a high press.
Yep. So you see, one of your midfield three layer has to go through that gap. One of them has to join the attack.
Press. So let's say we're trying the high press here. These guys go wide, and the two midfielders shows up around here. So what they usually do, if the ball is easy, they go for the defender. If the ball is not easy, they go long or on the midfield. Now, if you do the pressing properly, you need to make sure that you stay between the players, not on the player. So now you have...
I don't know, not like I would usually agree with that. But we've been pressing that way where we try to cover two players. I actually think it's better to just cover one and force Tottenham to make a decision with the ball. Because when we try to cover the gap and try to cover two, they just play it right through us.
But I'm fine, man. So the situation is here. What happened? Harry Kane likes to go deep. He's always gonna go deep because the ball can come to him like this. So Harry Kane going deep is going to add an extra midfielder to them. So they're going to have three midfielders when they try to break through. And Richarlison and Son are going to go in the middle. Usually one of them. But let's say Son goes in the middle and Richarlison stays in this position. Now, if Harry Kane comes deep, Benacer should ignore him. So this is a job for Krunic, in my opinion. Krunic should be dedicated on that thing. Or Benacer. So what do you do here? You just bring it like this.
Yeah. Good night, Alan. Forza Milan.
So that's what you do, in my opinion. And Hernandez is going to be here. That's the best way to cover the pitch when they have the ball. So let's say they do the easy. If they do the easy pass, that's what you do.
Yeah, that looks good.
If they do this pass, you go, you do like this. Yep. So you're close. Every player is close to actually, I'm not saying to recover the ball, but to always
to apply pressure, to force mistakes.
Exactly. Force mistakes, force the wrong pass. If they do this, you have to go on 1v1, unfortunately, because Benacer needs to completely unleash Harry Kane. So you need to be really quick. Krunic and Tonali needs to realize that if these things happen, Benacer is going to run to cover. So the closest player between him and him needs to go here straight away. None of these motherfuckers needs to get out of here. Well, none of this. They need always to stay here because one between Richarlison or how's it called? Kulusevski, Son is going to go here. They are going to go here because they like Harry Kane to go here, so they can go here. That's what they're gonna do. They're gonna do this, and Harry Kane is gonna turn and launch. Is gonna turn and give the ball like this, or give it to the midfield, and the midfield is gonna give it to this guy. Harry Kane here, pam pam.
Yeah. Our 1v1 defending in the wide areas is really poor right now. I know you love Calabria, Larry, but he does not have the pace to deal with Tottenham's wingbacks. I don't think Calabria can play, man. I think Kalulu has to play.
But you don't need Calabria. You don't need to put Calabria on a 1v1 situation. You just need to make sure that always a midfielder and a center back is gonna be here. So if Calabria get jumped, you always have, and Selemakers maybe, or. And another thing is, if you have offensive players, Leao and Diaz, these guys are not gonna go too high in the pitch. They need to stay because they're worried about Diaz and Leao staying high, waiting for the ball. So you're gonna have.
They're not worried. Larry, they're not worried about that. They're not worried about that.
Well, if they're not worried, let's say they're not worried. That's easy for us.
Huge
red come like this.
No, because look, freeze right there. You see that? You see the gap between the midfield and forward line, and you see how Tottenham players are filling in the gap. That's what's been happening to us the last 3 games.
Yeah, but no one is free in this.
Our center mids are dropping so far back, and our back line is already so far back, and our forwards, our wingers, like to stay up. So that's exactly what's happening. Their midfield is filling in the gap every game. Same thing.
Listen, but they play like Inter, man. So the center back Bastoni comes up. So you're saying they are no worries, so they will go up.
Yeah.
So let's say they go up. Now what he's gonna do? Whatever solution he has is fairly covered. See, everything is covered. Let's say he goes here.
Wow, guys. Napoli is 13 points from the second place.
They're playing like champions, man. They're playing like champions. I just watched that. I watched the game. They're playing like champions, man. They look like they already are lifting the Scudetto trophy.
Rock. That's why I want Diaz in the middle, because I don't want Diaz to go here and be useless. And that's why
Diaz is gonna get bossed in the middle against Tottenham.
No,
he's too physically weak.
I'll tell you why he's not gonna get bossed. Listen to me. First of all, Betancourt is not strong. So if you play like this with Leao not being wide here but staying around here, Diaz in the middle around here, and the 3 midfield, you have a crowded midfield. So these 2 guys are completely fucked. These 2 guys are never going to get the ball. Because you're always going to have Leao and the 3 midfield. Diaz and the 3 midfield. So when they have the ball, they're going to be forced always to go wide or long pass. And if they try in the middle, they're going to lose the ball and we can create something. And if we have the ball here, if Leao stays around here, around Giroud, he can always run on these 2 spaces. And usually for a team with 3 defenders, this is a kind of a middle land, because usually a defender goes out and you go in that.
Yeah.
If you stay here, you are caged between this guy and this guy. There's no surprise. But if you are here, this guy does not know if he needs to follow you or if this guy needs to follow you.
Yeah.
So, and you have more space.
I like this. The only thing is, I think people think that in modern football, you have to press every single ball, every single second. And I mean, if you have players that know how to press and win ball possession, like a Benacer, great. But half of our team does not know how to do that. I actually think we should be patient, let Tottenham play the ball, and just keep our positions, stay organized, stay alert, head on a swivel, watching the runs, forcing Tottenham to make decisions, because Tottenham, their players are not the best players in the world, man. These are average players. Make them decide what to do with the ball. But when you press constantly, you free up space behind you and you make it very easy to pick you apart. Just don't press. Relax. Let Tottenham decide what to do with the ball and then pounce on their mistakes.
That's why I want to play more. I want Leao not to stay wide. and go on 1v1 against 2 defenders, basically, because that's what's going to happen. Leao is going to get the ball here. They are positioned. The wing back is positioned. The center back is positioned. But if you tell Leao to go here, these guys they don't know where to go. Should I go on Leao? These guys should go on Leao. And if one of them makes the wrong decision, you have space for Theo.
So what about assignments, Lair? Do you think we should man mark anyone on their team? Should we man mark Harry Kane? Should Krunic have like a special assignment to mark Son? Like, do you think there's going to be something like that?
No, I think one thing they need to know that when Harry Kane drops deep, somebody needs to get him. And that is an assignment that can be easily done. If Harry Kane drop deep on this side, Krunic gets him.
I don't know. I think if Harry Kane drops deep, you let him have the ball and you let him decide what to do with the ball, and you mark everybody in front of him. He's not.
But the point, Harry Kane, a lot of times he knows how he gets the ball and he just passes the ball turning straight away without looking, and most of the time it's quite effective because.
That's what I'm saying. Mark everyone in front of him so that you're in between him, the ball, and them. Let Harry Kane make his pass, and you're there to recover the pass. But if you press Harry Kane, he's going to one touch pass the ball into the space behind you. That's what he's going to do.
No, but you don't need to press it, man. I'm talking about if he goes out, you need to get close to him. You need to stay behind him. You need to you cannot let him turn and run like this. He needs to be shoulders to the goal. You need to stop him. I'm not saying pressing him because he's gonna come like this.
You said if he drops. I was saying if he drops like below the half line when he recovers possession, I think you just leave him.
But if he drops below the half line, you don't need to follow him, man.
He does that. He does that a lot. He drops below the half line. He becomes almost like a playmaker.
Yeah, but he drops here, man. This is the area he likes to drop. He goes like this, here, and after he gives the ball, he runs back. And the problem is our defenders, when the moment he drops, they forgot that he's gonna come back in the box.
Do you think our team knows how to play any other way other than the high press, the constant pressure? Like, do you think we even know how to be patient and wait or no?
Yeah, we know that because
I haven't seen us play like that in a long time.
No, we played garbage game. We played the ugly games that we've been waiting and doing nothing and running a bit. We've done that so many times. Listen to me. That's why you need somebody to stay on Harry Kane, because the moment Harry Kane runs back to the box, that person needs to follow him.
So Krunic, that's it. Krunic is on the Harry Kane assignment.
No, but if Harry Kane drops close to Benacer is going to take him and follow him. If Harry Kane drops on Krunic has to follow him, because wherever Harry Kane drops, let's say Harry Kane drops here, and they manage to give the ball to this guy here, Harry Kane is going to go, let's say they're going to do this type of movement. Harry Kane is going to go here. This guy needs to follow him.
I think we need more simple.
We
need more simple instructions. Make it as simplified as possible.
Man. But this is simple. If Harry Kane drops close to your area as a midfielder, you need to follow him.
Yeah, simple, man, but it's not that simple, because sometimes one player's tired. Sometimes one player who's the closest might not be in the best angle to press him or challenge for the ball. I think you just give one person the assignment.
Okay.
And that's it.
But let's say Krunic forget to do that, so Harry Kane goes in the box. Benacer sees that.
Yeah. Then you adjust. You adjust if someone loses their assignment, but you don't.
So there is an adjustment.
Yeah, there's an adjustment. Yeah, there's an adjustment, but that's not the default. You have one idea, and then you have an adjustment if the idea isn't working out. But if you go in with it's a fluid, whoever's closest, mark him, blah, 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 there's just going to be confusion. There's just going to be confusion.
It's pretty simple. Comes in your area, you follow him. at a certain point. Let's say he comes
Yeah,
out.
we
on
say
Tonali.
it's simple. We say it's simple, but then put him a little bit to the left. Kane a little bit to the left.
Who's this guy? Yeah.
Yeah, when that happens, man, I just know Tonali, Calabria, they're going to be confused. Kalulu is going to be trying to come. Kalulu is going to try to come for him too. All three of them are going to press him.
But listen to me. If these things happen, let's say this guy, Harry Kane, goes in this position. So I assume they're gonna be positioned like this. You have this situation. You have Diaz or Selemakers. So let's say Tonali has to go there because that's what the three midfielders, they need to go. So Tonali goes there, and Harry Kane is going to pass the ball here. This midfielder needs to go, needs to be essential. It has to be something like this. That's what happened.
Hey guys,
Yep.
can you guys hear me now?
Yeah. What happened to you, man?
No, I went to get a haircut. I just finished.
Show it.
Huh?
Show it.
No, what I'm trying to say is I was listening to you guys' commentary. I think, and I agree with Rock on this, because Kane tends to drop. The moment he drops, it's going to throw a lot of people off balance. And I don't think tactically, if Pioli has a plan for that and the way we're playing, but Kane tends to drop. And the moment, because he's really smart with his movements, the moment he does like a little something, it can just throw off everybody, man. And then in the form we in right now, I just don't fucking know, man. I just don't know. And that's my fear, because he's a player that tends to drop deep. He's not like any other, nines that'll just stay up there to orchestrate plays. And I just don't know. I don't know if we even have the mental aptitude to keep up with that, especially in the format we in. And Tottenham is a team that I follow a bit. It's I kind of like them a little bit. So it's not against Milan, but it's just I don't know, man. And Conte, I mean, when's the last time even Pioli won against them? Or either Conte just goes straight Serie A style on him and he just beats him the same way he did when he had Inter. So it's just I feel like Conte's seen all of this. I think they're beating us. It's gonna be really hard to come out of this, man.
It would be nice if we could put up a fight,
and that's the problem,
game.
Right? We're not putting up fights.
Yeah, we're not ready to fight, man. We're not ready to fight.
And then at what game do we decide to put up a fight? The Tottenham game all of a sudden, or we just crumble again when the goal goes in? I mean, you saw today when Sassuolo got that goal. It's a mental breakdown, and I feel like teams are gonna understand that score first, and then mentally you just get them. And I just feel like it's gonna be a pattern throughout the end of the season.
Yeah, but listen, we're gonna play with three midfielders, man. Pioli said it in the interview. He's gonna change the pattern.
Pioli can say whatever he wants in interviews, man. That doesn't change what I see on the field, man. Does not change what I see on the field. We're gonna have the same three midfielders.
Shit about Conte.
Right? We're gonna still got those same three midfielders, and then the back where we belong again. And we're gonna be crumbling.
No.
We're not gonna crumble.
I want to play mind games with Tottenham, man. That's what I want to do. I want Pioli. I want someone to talk shit about Conte. That's what I want. I want to get in their heads. I want Pioli to yank Conte's hand when he gives him a handshake. I want him to yank him just like Tuchel did.
I think where we at right now, right? I think those problems been there, but I think for the lack of form, the other element missing, it just amplified now the issues that. Remember, like, even when we won the Scudetto those years, like games that we were sucking ass and we used to pinpoint certain issues, they're not amplified because mentally the players are not there no more. So now you actually get to see the problem for real for what it is.
You know what changed? You know what changed, Clint? Last year, when we were on the road to the Scudetto, everyone was humble and saying, we haven't done anything yet. We haven't won anything yet. We haven't proven anything yet. That's what we were saying. Our whole message all the way to the trophy. This season, we started the season with the message, we're Scudetto champions. We're the champions of Italy. We have the patch on our chest. Okay? We should have went into this season with the same mindset. We haven't proven shit. Juventus won how many fucking Scudetto in the last decade in a row? We haven't done shit. We should have went with the same mindset this season that we did last season, that we still have a lot to prove and we haven't proven anything yet. We should have came humble. Hold on, Clint, it's cutting out, bro. It's cutting out. Hold on.
Oh,
No. It's still cutting out for you, bro. We're going to tell you when your connection's good.
Okay.
Save your point. Don't forget your point.
But on the other side, I prefer this crisis to come now than when we are actually fighting for a title. Because we were not fighting for a title. Then let's face it, we were 9 points behind Napoli.
Larry, we're going through a rough patch, and like you said earlier streams, this is the same time period that we go through a rough patch. So I'm just holding out. I'm trusting. I have faith in you, bro, and your analysis, and I'm hoping we bounce back. I will say, though, taking 5 goals in front of 70,000 fans at San Siro against Sassuolo, who hasn't won a game. They won like one game in the last 6 or 7.
They lost.
I didn't know if I should cry or laugh today, bro. Like I was like laughing. Like I didn't even know how to react.
I wanted to cry, but
I wanted both. I was laughing and crying at the same time, man. Like I was in total disbelief, you know. Like how do you if we feel like that, how do you imagine the players feel? They let down 70,000 people. They must feel horrible, man. I can't imagine what they feel.
Shit,
I can't imagine what they feel like, man. They must feel 10 times worse than we do.
The players are feeling like shit, man, because that's why. No, but
Pioli is lucky. Pioli is lucky he went bald so early, man. Because if he started going bald the same way Conte did, we would watch that bald patch grow, man, exponentially. Every week it would be enormous. Thank God he lost it all. Thank God he lost all of it, right? Man, it would look real bad.
Listen, it's such a basic thing. Man. Play 3 midfielders. It's so easy. I can't believe.
But
man.
it's not just tactical. I agree it's going to improve, but man, mentally, we don't look ready to fight. We need to bring boxing gloves to training and just say, listen, like, put the gloves on. Everybody's getting punched in the face. Ibra was quiet on the bench, man. You saw him on the bench today. He was quiet. He's thinking about his 5 businesses ventures that he's starting. He's out.
Yeah. Anyway, Roy, I'm gonna close. At least I'm gonna leave the live.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Right.
You guys say the last thing before I close? Or pick the last topic?
18th cigarette. Floki commented. Floki, please get on the live, Floki, and give 1 2-minute rant, and then we'll close. Actually,
scary.
Can you get on and can you play the recording from the Salamakers from the WhatsApp? What you said about Salamakers? Can you play the recording for the fans? Play that for the fans, and then we'll close.
What did he say?
We need Floki to play the recording, his voice recording from WhatsApp when Salamakers was fighting on the field. Oh my God, I laughed so hard. It's the only thing keeping me from crying.
What did he say about Salamakers?
Oh my God. Is it possible to play that?
I don't think technically I can do that because
I could probably play it out loud on my laptop and see if it comes through the microphone.
Play it on your laptop. Maybe we can hear it on the.
Okay, hold on. I gotta find it in the chat.
We're about to close.
Yeah, I can let you join if you want to say something, Bilal, but we need to close in
answer the last
5 minutes.
questions.
So if you want to say your opinion, and we're closing. Napoli won against Roma, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, good win too. Like a title. Looked like a title win.
Our boy El
Napoli's
Shaarawy
gonna-
scored. Our boy El Shaarawy
Napoli
scored.
is gonna win the title 5 games before. It can happen easily.
Yep.
Napoli can win the title 5 games before the end of the season.
How you doing,
Yes,
lads?
sir.
You all right?
Oh
We're doing
no!
shit, man.
Who's on the chat? We've got Roy
Clint
here.
is joining.
We've got Roy, Leah. Who else is here?
Rock.
Rock and Clint.
Can y'all hear me now? Is it still messed up? But it's because of the rain here.
Yeah,
Am I good?
You're good now.
yeah, man.
Fucking A, bro. Like, yeah, what point I was trying to add was, man, I fucking forgot. Fuck it.
That's fine, man.
I told you to remember it.
That's
Can
fine, man. That's okay.
Bilal's about to give the most concise, professional analysis, but then he's gonna say fire Pioli and fire everyone at the club at the end of it.
No. Nah, I'm just. You know what? I didn't. I'm sorry, I'm joining late. I've been out all afternoon. It's 10 o'clock here. 10 p.m. in Manchester. Yeah, look, lads, I think we're going through the same phase that Manchester United are going through, or they were going through with Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. It's the same thing as I'm from Manchester, and all of the fans, they're discussing Milan with me on this end, so I thought I'd just share that. Basically, about, I want to say, last year, Ole Gunnar Solskjaer brought them back into Champions League, and he did really well, and then he lost all the players like Pogba, Lingard, Rashford weren't performing, and the team was just playing shit. And all of the supporters were just there hoping that they just lose and continue losing so that the board don't just think, oh, let's just stick with Pioli because he only had a small bad patch. Because what the fans realised is every few months, this is going to repeat itself. So Pioli's not going to take us any further. And if there's an opportunity where Milan are so crap that the board have to do something to change, that's what I think certainly me, that's what I want to happen, because I'm a Milan supporter. I've been supporting them all my life, but this can't go on where, every year we have this drop. I think we overachieved last season. This season, he's right. We're going to scrape through fourth, and do we want another year of that? No. And the time's now to basically tell Pioli, thank you very much for the 19th Scudetto, but we need new personnel, someone who's going to fire up the team, new formation, new style. Everything just needs to change, from the players to the manager and to the board making the correct decisions. I don't believe that we can continue this project where we continue to invest in youth. I'll give you a plain example. CDK hasn't performed this season. That's 35 million. If we'd have got Dybala and Botman, for example, who's killing it in Newcastle, or another defender to replace Romagnoli, we would not be in this situation. I think everyone needs to stop fantasizing about Pioli being our hero. Yes, last season he was great, but he's not that same coach that he was last season. So all I'm going to say is, in desperate times, desperate measures come, and Pioli, unfortunately, as much as I love you, it's time to depart. You can go and manage Fiorentina or someone else and do a good job with them. But for us, we want to be consecutively winning this league. We want to be finishing quarterfinals, Champions League, bare minimum. And if Maldini isn't given the money to do what he needs to do with Milan, then he should go, because he's probably too good for us. He should just go and say, do you know what? Unless I'm given the choice to spend on my team, which I love, and I can't continue seeing them like this, then I don't need to be here.
Damn.
So I don't know if that's controversial.
Bilal threatened to leave.
But we have a season to fight for. Like, when you can do that now. You can't do all of that now.
Say that again. Sorry.
We have a season to fight for right now. We can't just like abandon him.
But look at Gianpaolo. We had a season to fight for then as well. Right
okay.
now.
Okay, but from Gianpaolo we went to Pioli. Who are you going to bring in?
Well, that's not a matter for me. I'm not in football. I can't decide that. But if there's someone available, I'm sure there's coaches better than Pioli that are available. There's Pochettino, there's Tuchel, there's other managers.
They won't come here.
That's fine. Even if they don't come, I'm sure there's other managers. Just like we found Pioli, we'll find someone else.
But
Pioli's better than Ole Gunnar
manager is going to be
all right, I think you're missing the point. We need a new style of play. We need someone to literally drill the team. And because I can't see, do you know that in the chat on someone sent Arteta's halftime team talk to the Arsenal players? I can't see Pioli kicking off at Salamakas and everyone else during halftime break or Liao, because even if he does, are the players listening to him? Do they respect him?
They don't understand what the fuck he's saying. He's going to yell in Italian. They're not going to know what he's saying.
But
go ahead.
You are making examples with Premier League teams that invest every summer 150 million at least. So Arteta, since he came back, since Arteta signed for Arsenal, he's been investing 150 million every summer.
Yeah, but all right, let's compare that
for the last 3 years.
Okay. But let's compare that with Milan's investments then. I'm not saying go spend 100 million, but I'm saying you had 35 million to spend this summer. Why have you gone and bought a Belgian player who doesn't even make the international team, who isn't really proven, when you had Dybala there?
No, but stay on Pioli for 1 second, because we cannot jump from the ownership to the management to Pioli. So what I think Rock and Roy and I'm saying is that you suck Pioli, you're going to put another guy that is not called Pioli, but it is Pioli, basically. He's going to have his style, of course, but at the end, whatever style you're going to have, these are the players we have.
Okay,
and
Pioli
on the Man United example, for example, they fired Solskjaer. They let a lot of important players leave for free, and they got Ten Hag back. But they invested for Ten Hag. They bought Martinez for 60 million. They bought how's he called? Anthony for 75 million. They got what is the other guy?
Okay, so
Casemiro for 60 million.
Okay, but that you can't.
No, that's not okay. We're not gonna get that.
Okay, I'm not saying just compare them like for like, because if you run it on that basis, they're only spending equivalent to or in the region of what other Premier League clubs spend. For example, they're not spending more than Chelsea and City and Liverpool. They're spending on par with them. So if you take that into the Italian league, we're not spending more or less than any of the other competitors. In fact, Inter.
But can you please tell me who?
Hey Bilal, I had a question for you, man.
Go on.
Yeah, hey. So, would you think? Because I suggest that this morning. Do you think a Luis Enrique or Tuchel, right? Do you think they'll be suitable, either or coming to our team?
I'm saying don't even put a name on the manager, because quite frankly, none of us knew of Pioli or liked Pioli anyway. When we hired him, he was a part-time replacement so that we can get Rangnick in. It just so happened that he managed to gel the team for the while that he was here to get to a place, because the plan was always just for Pioli to stay till the end of the season and then Rangnick to come in. All I'm saying is I don't have to identify the next manager. It don't have to be an established European giant. It could be anyone who's able to control this dressing room, be very strict, play a 3-man midfield. All right, I'll give you an example. Why are we at home in the 6th or 7th minute on a 2v2 against Sassuolo and then running back against our defense, against our goalkeeper? Then when we're 1-0 down, the same thing happens again. The counter-attack, 3-on-3, and then when we're losing 4-1, Liao, who's just come on, is walking back after a failed attack, and then I seen Giroud run all the way from the penalty box all the way to our half line trying to defend and regain possession. Liao's not doing that. He's just come on and he's half the age of Giroud. So what I'm trying to say is someone needs to come in and literally shake up the whole squad, because Ibrahimovic helped out Pioli last season. He's no longer here. He's probably going to go at the end of the season. Pioli will go as well. So we need someone to step in and basically take out all the dead wood. Messias part last 90 minutes.
Bilal, I agree with you on that point, because if you remember clearly what Ibrahimovic said, he said he came into the dressing room seeing people like Leao not putting out, and training. So that already tells me, okay, you as the coach, what were you doing then? If you need Ibra to come to tell him to run. What are you doing?
There's a better example. What was Pioli doing with Hakan? Someone who didn't want to be there, wanted a ridiculous salary, and Zlatan basically told Hakan, fuck off, you're not good enough to play for Milan. And that's why all the players taunt Hakan, because he didn't pull his weight. He was lucky to be in that Milan squad, and fuck off if you don't want to be here. The same goes with Leao. I don't care how good Leao is or how good his potential is. We know from what he's told the media, Milan isn't a long-term option for him. He wants to explore other leagues. And the shift that he's putting in, the jeering from the clouds at that back heel, he's going to lose the crowd sooner or later. And if we can cash in on him, get the 150 million and go buy a new spine, buy all the way from defence, midfield to attacking midfield, and replace the whole squad. And build your whole squad.
Because at this point, I'm looking at, I think Leao's entourage, they're exploring, they're looking at the Milan project. If it's not suitable, especially for his style of play, for Leao's style of play, his longevity is literally like 29 years old. Because his style of play is off pace, at least for right now, unless he reinvents it. So if he's in the same modes like the Henry and all these guys, by 29, he's going to be gassed out. So he's going to try to get his max contract as soon as he can, because he won't be able to get that at 30. So
Calabria is a Milan diehard player. He wears the badge on his sleeve. He's an amazing servant for Milan. But is he good enough? I've seen him now the last 3 games. I don't shit on players. I genuinely love everyone that likes Milan and plays for Milan. But you have to come to realization, he's getting turned and spun around by Sassuolo, who are fighting relegation. How on earth is he going to be our right back against Tottenham when they've got European and world-class players like Son, Harry Kane? It's beggars belief. I think, look, I love Pioli just as much as Leah and Roy and everyone in this chat.
Bilal, 1 second. Going back to what you were saying, that these coaches, they are using budget compared to the league, what budget the league is using now. But this coach, the Conte with Tottenham, Ten Hag with Manchester United, these guys are fighting for top 4. Why we as a supporters cannot accept Pioli fighting for top 4? Why we are so stuck up?
Okay, so I'll answer that
about it.
Okay,
why
so
we
I'll
don't
answer
realize
that question.
No, I didn't finish. Why we just don't accept the fact that 7 years without Champions League and awful finances is not gonna change the things quickly, that we need to be patient.
Okay.
And Pioli is a perfect coach for that period. And it's not a 1 year period, it's gonna be a 3, 4 years, 5 years period.
Okay, so here's my answer, Leah. So when he first came on board, we had a project of saying we're going to need about 2-3 years to get back in the Champions League. And Maldini said we need about 2 years in the Champions League before we can start attracting bigger players.
3 years.
Yes.
He said 3 years.
3 years. Okay. But when you go from winning the Scudetto, second in the league, potentially capitalizing to 5 points behind Napoli if we had won against Roma, to now fighting for 5th, 6th place, that is the problem. Because,
top 4.
Because I don't know the results of the games tonight, but we're on joint points, and Lazio and Roma had a game in hand, so I don't know what the results were. But quite frankly,
we are same point with Lazio, Atalanta, and 2 points less than Inter.
Okay, so when we're second in the league, potentially 5 points behind Napoli, we go on this losing streak. My point is, we are better than Atalanta, Roma, Lazio, and Inter.
Why this is your point? Who brought this team at the level that you are saying we are better than Atalanta, Lazio, Roma, and Inter?
Okay, so
who is the man Who is the man that brought this team at the level that you are right now saying we are better than this team?
We're not better than any of those teams.
Exactly.
We're not better
Why
than
we
any of
don't
those
be
teams.
humble and accept it that we
Okay.
overperform, and Pioli is doing an amazing job with this group of players.
Okay, if you watch the Olympics, you know the relay championship where you have runners and then they pass on the baton and then the next runner comes on and runs the next 100
Yes.
meters. Okay, that's exactly what Pioli has done. He's taken an average team to win the Scudetto. He's now got the chance to take a winning championship team to build a mentality of champions and fight for the Scudetto again.
Okay.
And he's bottled it. He's bottled
No,
it.
no. See, that's the point. He didn't bottle it because the problem is that Napoli's been top of the league from day one. So he has not bottled anything. I don't understand why our fan base wants us to be back-to-back champions.
Bilal. He did not get past the baton. He didn't get past the baton. He got past a hand grenade.
Okay.
Let me finish a second.
We need to be
back to back.
Get inside my car, clean and all that. Like, what's the process?
Sorry.
He got past a hand grenade with the pin pulled out. That's what he got past in the race, not a baton.
Okay, so
exactly.
then, if we had someone like, I'm not suggesting we have Conte, but if we have someone like Conte in Milan and he's been handed a grenade, not a baton, Conte would go straight into Maldini's office and go, give me this much money.
That's why we're not hiring Conte, because we don't have the money to give to Conte.
No, but we had 35 million.
But 35 million Conte is his salary, Bilal.
No. I'm not
Bilal,
saying
get out of Manchester and come in Italy for a second.
Bilal, that's the price. That's the price of Conte's fucking toupee on his head.
You're missing the point.
Of Conte costs
You're
35 million gross.
You're missing the point. I'm not saying get Conte.
That is the point.
No, I'm saying if
okay,
Pioli,
I have the point. You get another guy. That,
right.
That has the pedigree of Pioli, a young guy that has an idea of football.
What
is Pioli? Pioli is bringing us to the level that we are telling him, fuck you, why we are so good.
Okay.
That's the level.
If Maldini and Massara went over to Pioli and sat down, presumably they sat down and said, last season we've got 35 million. I can almost bet my bottom dollar that Dybala would have been in that conversation and they would have said, get Dybala. Now, if they've not got Dybala for him, and I'm the coach, I'm Pioli, and I'm saying to Maldini, get me Dybala. We are shit in the attacking number 10 position. We need a right winger. I need this right winger, and I need Dybala on a free, and I need another defender, Botman. Can you get me those three players, please?
Okay. Bilal, listen what I'm telling you. Pioli has not a say on these things. And the ownership wants a 21 years old they can resell. They don't want a 29 years old with a 6 million net salary for free. They want a 21 years old that they can resell with a 2.5 million net salary.
So
that's the old. So the ownership wants that. Now I repeat to you, the man that brought us at this level, that we are upset why we're not winning back-to-back a title, is the man that we are thinking is responsible of this mess.
I'm not,
and we want him to get fired.
I'm not saying he single-handedly is responsible because
no. But I have a problem with the Milan fan here. Where is written in what part of the world is written that we should be performing better than Juventus, Napoli, Roma, Lazio, and Inter? That in the last 5-10 years they have been in Champions League more than us. They have better finances, and they have built the team they are playing right now. At least Lazio, Inter, Napoli, and Juventus. They have built that team in the 10 years by Napoli. They had a fucking Higuain. They sold it, and they bought another guy, and they sold it. They had a good team to work on and to top it up every year. We started 2 years ago.
Okay, so in response to that, last year we won the Scudetto, which meant that we were at least competitive with those teams. Yes or no?
And we weren't conceding five goals to Sassuolo.
No. Answer this question. Were we competitive?
We were competitive. We were competitive to finish top 4. We overperformed and we won the league.
Okay, so if
we are competitive.
Okay,
yes.
If we overperformed last season, and I think last season, do we only lose 2 or 3 games? I think 2 or 3 maximum.
We lost 5 games last season.
Did we?
Yeah.
Anyway, we did. Okay, the point that I was trying to make is last season, yes, we had a blip around December time, but we were not conceding 16 goals in 5 games. We weren't losing to Sassuolo.
I know that. And if people try,
no, hey, Bilal,
3 years ago we were 12.
Let me add this.
Compare to 3 years ago, you compare to the last season.
Like, I agree with both of y'all, but I agree more with Bilal's point. We at a point now that our let's say our gradual evolution has been so quick. Now this is just a warning sign to be like, yo, we're at the next phase of our project. We need to move on. That's just the bottom line.
Okay, so
you're not reading the warning sign. The warning sign, this team has overperformed. It's not.
Yes, I agree. No, last season we did.
No, we agree. We agree. We agree.
No, but if you agree on that, you don't change Pioli. You buy.
No,
players.
Here's my point. My point is last season we overperformed, but this season, if we had lost 3-0 to Inter, 3-0 to Juventus, and 3-0 to Roma or Napoli, I wouldn't have a problem. The problem is we're losing against shit sides. That is the problem. And you only
lost against Spezia last year. We lost against Spezia, Sassuolo, and Fiorentina.
Yeah, but look at the context. We haven't gone back-to-back losses like this and failing to score and being 2 goals down at half-time.
I know, but why you don't look my context? Why you don't look my context? That Milan is been a proper team for the last 2 years and a half. Why you don't look at that context?
No, I
agree. Teams we are challenging, they actually had the same owner, the same budget, and they've been performing and playing Champions League for a lot of times in a row. Why you don't consider that?
Okay, so I agree with that, but my point that I'm making now is, can you not see that the players are not performing, and that boils down to the coach?
Because if they be so sure, why?
No. Look,
guys,
Liad. If we lost 2-0,
teams need leaders on the field. Bilal, teams need senators. They need leaders on the field. We don't have any leaders on the pitch.
Well, that's
we have no leaders on the pitch.
To be honest, I agree with Bilal here. It's down to the coach. We're on a long stretch. There's been a month now of form. You could see. You cannot explain to me or try to convince me. You could see 9 goals and 2 games in the same manner, and I gotta keep on putting on the players when you're playing the same way. When do we blame Pioli? When do we put Pioli?
I blame Pioli, man. I'm blaming Pioli right now. People want Pioli to get sacked and put a guy like Pioli, which is gonna be the same thing.
No, listen. Here's my point.
People are asking for Bonera. Okay, Bilal, can you suggest a coach to come in and replace? Because everyone in the chat is saying, let Bonera coach the team. Let Abate coach the team.
No,
can you imagine what would happen?
No, he's another yes man. What I'm saying to you is, let me put it in perspective. No, let me put it in perspective to you. Let's say we lost against Inter 1-0, or it was 1-0 for 75 minutes, and we went on a counter-attack trying to get a draw in the game, and we conceded a 90th minute goal from Inter, and we lost 2-0. No one will have a problem with that. If we went to Roma and they were winning 1-0 and we clutched back a draw at the 92nd minute and it was 1-1, no one will have a problem with drawing Roma. The problem lies is the weak mentality of the team, the lost dressing room, the attitude, the mentality. All of that has built out onto the pitch because of what's happening in the training and the relationship with Pioli. If you can't see Pioli's attitude and mentality having changed in the post-match interviews, then I don't know what you're looking at. This is a man.
Okay, bro. I'm with you.
Quick parenthesis. Hold on.
Christian, thank you.
I'm with you 100%.
Christian.
Sorry, guys. Thank you, Christian, for the super sticker. Really appreciate it. Fox me, Christian. Really appreciate
it. Thank you, Christian.
And this comment, like the fucking video for this amazing content from Roy and Laird. God damn, these guys are amazing with dealing with fans. LOL, crazy fans. Christian, appreciate you.
Because, hey, guys, I'm going to add this. my problem with Pioli started not even before this game. My problem with Pioli always been started with Europe. I'm only concerned with Milan when it comes down to Europe. If we get top 4 for me every year, I'm fine with that. I don't really care about the league. For me, it's like I grew up looking at this team performing in Europe, and the much closer we can get to that stage, I'm fine with that. And I'm looking at it in that lens. Those are my lenses, right? It's not everybody's scope. So hear me out. My problem with Pioli starts when I'm starting to see since the last Champions League and now. You understand the team is young, but he's being out coached. Because not even the players' problem. And that's what my problem with them start.
Guys, I'm talking about the WhatsApp chat. You're not on the WhatsApp chat. We were talking about
guys, but when you say something and after you say that you add but, that means that what are you saying? You don't value that. When you're saying that this team is really young, but no, man, stay there. This team is really young. It's gonna get beaten.
Done. Exactly. Exactly.
You cannot say but, man. He's not.
This team is not young.
Bilal, you're expecting Pioli to accomplish the same thing, overachieve with a worse team. On 1 second, you're saying the team is worse, and the other second, you're expecting the coach to do more with a worse team.
Actually,
dude, if y'all listen to what I just said in context, I'll just explain where my problem with him started. I'm not saying what you should do or any of that. I'm explaining where my problem with Pioli started at a specific point. So let's put what I just said into context.
But I'll put it to Champions League. The team is young. We're getting some calls, weird referee calls. But Pioli should not get out coached by Klopp with an insane Liverpool, by Atletico Madrid. There's played 2 Champions League finals with that coach, and Porto. That is was one of the best teams that beat Juventus the year before. So you're saying this and this, but Pioli should out-coach these guys.
What about Porto? My problem is more, yes, I'm looking at all of that, but my final straw was against Chelsea. When you got somebody like Porter that never, I can see, okay, we can say he has top players. But
we
how
had
do we go down without putting a fight? How do we explain that?
Clint, we had Krunic. We had Krunic playing right wing.
That's not something.
We had Krunic playing right wing.
Let me say this. Hold on. Let me add this though. That's not something I put out there for y'all to agree on. That's just how I view it. That's it. It's not something I put out there.
No, but Clint, I would love you to say we have an experienced team, a good team, really good. The management spend money, and Pioli is not but Pioli is getting out coached. The way you're saying it does not work, man. It's like telling me.
I don't agree with. Sorry, I don't know who was talking just before about the Champions League, but basically, we're an inexperienced team in the Champions League, so I'm not even going to consider the Champions League because, quite frankly, if you listen to Mourinho, what he said about United, you need to know about football heritage. Manchester United were a team when Mourinho took over, were finishing 5th, 6th, and 7th, and they were getting kicked out by teams that were in the Champions League for 2-3 seasons on the trot. That can happen, and same with AC Milan. We haven't got the experience in the Champions League to win against sides like Porto because Porto are an established team in the Champions League. So let's rule out the Champions League. Let's just focus on Serie A. Why are we losing 5-2 at home against Sassuolo? This isn't a 2-1 loss because, we've put on some subs and they didn't perform. This is a catastrophic loss from the minute get-go. The mentality of this team, the second they go down, they crumble. That is
which one y'all think is worse? Which one y'all think is worse? The 5-0 against Atalanta or these past 2 games?
5-0 against Atalanta.
No,
5-0 against
I don't.
Atalanta.
No, I don't compare losses like that. I compare forms. Look at,
and that's what I mean.
Real quick. I don't disagree with the mentality point. I agree our mentality has been poor. But look at the lineup today. Gabi and Kululu starting center backs. Gabi has not been playing consistently. Krunic slotted right into the midfield. This guy's been injured for months. Leao did not start. Rebic has been injured. We played with a weak team today.
You're making excuses for a former Scudetto winning side against a relegation side.
Is that not a fact? Did we not put out a starting 11 today with a bunch of players who have not been playing? Is that not a fact? Is that not objective fact?
This squad
with Tatarusano in goal. Tatarusano in goal who does not move.
Okay, all right, let's put it into context. Is our squad today better than Sassuolo's? Yes or no?
Yes, he's better.
Should we be winning them 10 times out of 10 at home?
Yeah.
Should
but
we be
football is
conceding
not-
Should we be conceding 5 goals against Sassuolo, a team who hasn't won since last October?
Bilal, one
Of course
second.
not. Yeah, no, we agree with that. Of course not. But you have to look at everything. You have to look at the whole picture.
No, it
Bilal.
doesn't matter. Even if we fielded 5 substitutions and we
Bilal.
rested 5 first-team players, we're still better than Sassuolo. There's no reason.
Bilal.
Yeah.
Liverpool got 4 goals
I'll take
from
a
Brighton,
check. I'll
and
take a
today,
check.
listen, Liverpool lost 4-0, 4-1 against Brighton, and they
Brighton
lost
are a
2-1
good
to-
team.
They
Brighton beat
they don't
Manchester
have a
United
better,
twice.
No. They don't have a better squad than Liverpool. They don't have Salah. They
No,
don't have. They don't have Virgil van Dijk. They don't have
Okay.
Alisson. They don't
Okay.
have Trent Alexander-Arnold.
Okay,
They are not
but
a better team than Liverpool.
Is,
They
is
lost
this the same?
4-0.
Is this the same Brighton that beat Manchester United twice? Is this the same Brighton that would beat any team in Serie
These
A
are the
right now?
coaches that you're protecting. They're losing 4-0 against Brighton. You're protecting, and you're saying Pioli should get sacked.
Brighton.
Yeah, it's economies of scale, but
Klopp
it's
should
equal.
get
It's
sacked.
equal.
Your logic, the mentality of Liverpool is shit. The tactics are shit. The players are not playing.
Yeah,
Sack
so
Klopp.
right
Why is
right
that not
now,
sacking Klopp?
right now, Klopp's
That is-
position.
Ten Hag is losing games. Why they don't sack him?
Listen, Klopp's position is being threatened right now. People are thinking Klopp's time is to go.
Why they're not sacking him?
They probably
take
will.
Klopp.
He's losing fans
What
every
about
day.
Conte?
I'll take
Conte
Klopp.
not being top 4.
Bring Klopp to Milan.
Liat,
Conte spent 200 million. Is not even top 4. Does he need to be sacked?
Look, let's just focus on today's game. Don't go beyond today's game.
That's
We should be
going
beating.
Pioli should be on the hot seat, bro. Like, I'm sorry, I can't think otherwise. Pioli should be on the hot seat. I don't care how y'all try to spin it, yeah, whatever he did. He
I'm
should
not
be on the
spinning
hot
it
seat.
here. I'm
If
not
we
spinning it
listen,
here. I
like,
like your judgment to be same for every person in front of you. Not just just be.
I had to come
if
in.
you fire Pioli, your issue is gonna be there, Bilal, in front of your face, and they're gonna hit you harder.
Well,
They're
look,
gonna
let me
hit
put
you
it this way.
harder.
Let me put
That
it
is
this
the
way.
reality.
Liat, you have to face reality someday. So let me just paint a picture for you. We're playing Inter next. We're going to lose. We're playing Torino, who have already beaten us. We'll probably lose that one as well. We then go to Tottenham, which we have absolutely no hope in hell to win. Then tell me if your position on Pioli and the team has changed.
No, we agree with you, Bilal. We're not so completely
Bilal,
disagreeing with you. We're just saying if you bring another coach in right now, you're still going to lose those games.
Yeah, okay. So okay. If we don't sack Pioli now, are you saying let this carry on till the end of February and then replace him? Because
I don't see a better solution. I personally don't see a better solution right now.
No.
listen, the solution is to sack him. I don't care.
No,
like the last game.
Who comes in?
Forget.
Doesn't
That's
matter.
not our
It's not about that point. At this point, you need to
What
stop.
is the problem, though?
That's beyond insanity. Come on, you're gonna let something too. You're gonna let you. It's like you're on a ship, right? I don't know if you ever been on a naval ship. Your ship is sinking, and you be like, "Oh, let's just sink." Because we trust the captain.
Hold on.
Let me put it in
Go ahead.
perspective. No, let me give you another analogy to make you understand. Because the analogy I just gave you about, do you let it continue to the end of February? Because this form, we may not get out of this rut. If we do, great. But if we don't, then you're going to be facing these same questions in a month's time. I'll give you the analogy of a boxer. If Mike Tyson is in a fight and he's losing every single round and he's getting battered, the coach has to come in at some point to consider throwing in the towel. You don't just say, "Oh no, he's a world champion. Let's see till the 10th, 12th round and let's see."
Bilal, if Pioli puts the same formation for the next 4 games you mentioned, he's gonna leave by himself. He's asking to get sacked.
I'm telling you.
My point here is that it's easier to talk with Pioli and to tell him, dude, we need to change the formation. Change it.
No, because
that is easier. Not to hire another person.
No one.
Stubborn idiot. And
Bravo,
it's gonna make maybe the same mistake. And you're
no
gonna
one.
be a point 1.
Listen.
So I have a question.
Pioli's
I have a question for Light. So last time against Torino and Coppa Italia, like what formation did we play?
We played the 3 defenders you guys told me and 5 midfielders.
3-5-2.
So that
How many goals
so
we
only the last
conceded?
the last
How
option
many
now
goals?
is to do the 4-3-3, right?
No,
so
no,
the
no.
last
I'm
now
sorry,
option going
Clint.
for is 4-3-3. So let's say this: if we go
Clint.
4-3-3 the next 2 games and we lose, though I don't know, bro. He needs to go then.
Clint.
You agree with
Clint.
me? You agree with me?
Clint. I agree with you, man.
Okay,
I agree.
that's it.
But listen to me. Listen to me. When Pioli played that formation, what you guys said in the chat, or when we did, if we did it, what you guys said, Pioli is an idiot to play that formation. Do you guys say that?
Say it again.
When Pioli plays the 3-5-2, everyone in the chat thinks Pioli is mad. He's an idiot. No?
I didn't.
Yes.
I didn't,
Yeah.
man.
What was the result until we played that formation? 0-0. Did Torino created any great chances when that formation was on? No. The moment we go to 4-2-3-1 and the starters come in, so they play the last 30 minutes. Let me finish. Let me finish. I need to finish. The moment he plays the classic formation with the starters, we start to concede chances and we get a goal.
Yes, but the thing is, it's not just because we didn't concede the goal does not give you a full interpretation of what actually happened. What happened is with the 3 at the back, we were playing like absolute garbage.
No, listen to me. Listen to me. My point is not to analyze. Listen to me. My point is not to analyze Pioli. My point is that whatever Pioli is going to do, some people are not going to like him anyway. Even the team keeps a 0-0.
Guys, we're not being Pioli apologists.
We're trying to lie each other. We're lying to each other.
Guys,
we're not trying to be Pioli apologists.
I hate to break this to you, but Atalanta does not have Pioli as a coach, man. They are surviving. Inter does not have Pioli as a coach. Napoli does not have Pioli as a coach. It's not like Pioli is the best in the world. Pioli is a guy who overachieved last season, overachieved for the last 3 seasons. Let's be honest with ourselves, right?
Okay, Redon.
Thanks for Redon. I never thought myself agreeing with Redon. Thank you.
And there comes a time when you reach your ceiling, you win a trophy finally, you do 100%. The tattoo. You do the tattoo of yours, the 19th Scudetto, and you are with your belly full and you are out of ideas anymore because 3 seasons long, the other coaches have basically studied you and they know what you're gonna do. And as a guy who's with his belly full, has a nice tattoo, and won the cup, you don't know what the fuck to do anymore, and you are caught between a rock and a hard place.
Red John,
real quick. Can I go real quick? Just real quick point.
Go.
We are not being Pioli apologists here. We are all upset. None of us are happy with the way that we are playing and the way that he is coaching. We're not happy with it, of course. But you cannot say that we have a worse team and a worse squad list this season, and then at the same time expect Pioli to achieve more with a worse team. You can't have it both ways.
Okay. Let me just answer that very quickly.
You cannot have the wife drunk.
We don't have a good enough look. Last season's squad was better than this season's, but it doesn't justify the way the team is playing.
Oh my god! It doesn't justify. Our team is shit than before, but it does not justify. We should still do better. You guys are nuts when you do it. Repeat what you're hearing.
Listen, our team this season is only shittier than last season's teams because we got rid of Kessie and we never found a good replacement for him.
And
some people were actually, and we have Tata, but we conceded a lot of goals with Milan as well. So,
real quick. Rebic's goal was onside today. Boom, that goes in. That's another goal. Rebic should have finished. The tap in. Rebic should have scored his tap in. That's another goal. Giroud should have also scored a tap in. That's another goal. Tata should not have conceded 2 goals.
Tata should not have here, bro.
Yes, Sassuolo would have only had 3. Tata let 2 goals in at the near post.
Okay, just give me 1 second. If you give your 5 ifs, I'm gonna give you 5 other ifs. If we didn't score that shitty goal against Empoli, we would have drawn that game. If we didn't score that shitty goal against Fiorentina at the end of the game, we would have lost the game.
Yeah, we've been playing bad since we started this league, man.
If you go with ifs,
Our team is
believe
worse,
me,
though.
you lose. You don't win
Listen,
this game.
lads, look, I think all of us can agree that Milan right now are playing really bad, right? That's the first thing we have to all acknowledge, because we're not losing against Inter, Napoli, and Roma. We're losing against Sassuolo, and we're like the manner in which we're playing.
And
look,
Lazio.
Okay, listen,
And
the manner in which we're losing, it's not 1-0, it's not 2-1. It's like we're conceding multiple
You're
goals
getting
in the game.
battered.
And listen, and just look, if we're conceding 1-2 goals, fine, but people need to stop saying Tata's at fault for this, Tata's at fault for this.
Yep.
It's a collective team issue. You know, when a team attacks, they attack in numbers. When we defend, we are supposed to defend in numbers. What we're seeing right now is a fragmented team of isolated players. They're just doing whatever they need to do, playing selfishly. Liao, for example, he's not running back. He's sulking. He's doing these tricks. And do you know what? When you lose, when players are playing that shit, you have to question, yes, the players are playing shit, but why? That, like, if they were playing shit and they didn't turn up against Roma or Inter, you can and they lost 2-1, you can almost say, right, Pioli needs to fucking go in the dressing room and tell everyone off. But they're fucking conceding 5 goals against Sassuolo. That's unjustified. You cannot provide any explanation for that.
And this
There is an explanation, man. There
is
is an
the worst
explanation.
Sassuolo of the last 10 years, by the way.
Sorry, there is an explanation. First of all, I'm not. You guys, when I say, tell me someone that is gonna come instead of Pioli. You guys, I don't care.
Tuchel, no. I said it. I said Tuchel.
Okay. I said,
you know what? Not realistic. I said Tuchel.
Well,
okay. When
Gianpaolo
was on his shit run of form and we were going to sack him, did anyone put their hand up and say, let's get Pioli? No one did. What my point is that if we need to find someone, it's up for the management team to work out someone to come in to play, to get these young players to gel again and play a formation that they're going to follow.
Bilal, they're not available.
Also, let me, hey guys, because let me add this one point as well. Let me add this one more point as well. Hypothetically, okay, we get top 4, then we end up in part 3 or part 4 again. And that Champions League, you get Christian chance of not getting out if we don't get improvement on the market as well. So there's a lot of things at stake throughout.
We end up in pot 4, by the way.
Clint,
unless we beat Tottenham.
I want to reply to Bilal. Gianpaolo was doing shit. First of all, Gianpaolo was doing shit. We've been, in the last 7 years, the moment Gianpaolo is doing shit, we've been changing coach every year, an average of every year. So the tactic of changing coach every year didn't work. But let's say Gianpaolo is getting sacked and Pioli comes in.
No, but
what do you understand? What you don't? Oh, yo, what the fuck is doing cocaine?
Zerbi's not going to come here.
Who is it?
Zerbi's not going to come here.
Yeah, okay.
No,
listen to me. Yeah. No, my point is, so you're gonna sack Pioli, and at that moment is gonna come in someone like Pioli, because someone.
Guys,
like
mute if you're not talking, because there's a lot of noise.
Dude, man, what the fuck is doing this mess?
Bring Seedorf back. Okay, I agree with that. I support
so that's
that.
the whole point. There's gonna be a guy that you're gonna be happy the first year, and after you're gonna be here again saying sack this guy because
No, okay, so listen, Liat, that's a good point. Okay, your concern is if we sack Pioli, we're going to end up in another conundrum where we're going to have an untested manager who may perform shit again. Fine, but that's the risk. I'm not saying you have to risk doing that, but that's what we have to have faith in our management about the board, because when they found Pioli, they found someone who was going to be able to work with young players and get them to a certain level, and Pioli has achieved that. I completely agree with that. I love Pioli. He gave us the 19th league. That's no problem. What I'm saying now is when there's times of crisis, you need massive changes, and it doesn't just come from Pioli and the players, because we're going to have to get rid of at least 8 players this summer. And then when we get rid of Pioli as well, what I'm saying is we want another manager to come in with his new tactics to tell the board, and if we need to change the board, fine, so be it. It can change from the top down, but we need someone new to come in and say, this is my theory of football. I play this counter-attacking style of football. I play with 3 in the midfield. I need 3 central midfielders. I need someone like Kessie, Benacer.
Do that. You don't need to hire somebody else. Pioli can do that.
Yeah, but he's not doing it.
But he's gonna do it now. He says
He's gonna do it. He has to. He has to do it.
Okay.
He's gonna change the tactics.
First of all,
Bilal, we don't disagree with you. We agree with you. It's just that you're asking for a hypothetical right now that we just.
Well, you're gonna ask for it in the next 4 weeks.
You're asking for 8 players to leave in the summer. When has that ever happened? When has a coach ever come in January who's going to make massive changes? Who?
Okay, so Ten Hag did.
Can the chat, can you please list all of the coaches who are available who would come here and make massive changes and turn our season around? I'm serious.
It could be someone totally unknown because no one knew who Ten Hag was.
Me personally, right? If I had to go get a coach, if it was free, if it was free, I'll get what's his name, Pablo Almiron from fucking from Sporting. I'll get him as a coach over to Milan. To be honest, I'll start a project.
All right, I like it.
Look,
let's make a short list. Chat.
Yeah. Look, first of all, let me apologize because I've not acknowledged Roy's on the chat. So, Legend Roy, salute to you. Thanks for the channel and
Roy is out there. Roy is depressed. Roy is wrapped up in his blanket, man.
Anyway, look. I think we all agree that changes need to be made, whether it's the formation or Pioli or anything. Something needs to change, and we all agree on that. What I'm trying to say to you guys is, in the next 4 weeks, if Pioli does change the formation and nothing works, will you then be coming to this chat and saying, actually, Bilal, Nathan, Red John, are you right? You're probably right. Pioli, we gave him a chance. He changed the formation. The players are still not playing well. Okay, it's time to go. Would you be saying that?
Because
yes,
Bilal.
Okay, well, we're already saying Pioli out.
Maybe Larry might change it soon because hear me out. I remember when I had this conversation with Larry personally. I'm like, bro, the friendlies. He's like, don't worry about it. It's just friendlies. We shouldn't be worrying about any of that. I'm like, okay.
Sorry.
No, the problem continues. Then we go into the league, and we got the Super Cup. We're not worried about Super Cup. Milan shouldn't be worried about Super Cup. Here we are in Sassuolo. On Sunday, we lose. What now, like?
Clint, the friendlies. Leao is not in the friendlies. Theo Hernandez is not in the. Giroud is not in the friendlies. Mike Maignan is not in the friendlies. Pobega is playing on the left back. You can analyze those friendlies as much as you want, man. Still, you have nothing to analyze on those friendlies. What are you gonna say? Giroud and Origi are injured. Vlasic is playing. What do you want to say about those friendlies, man? What do you want me to say about those friendlies? Pioli is shit.
Guys,
Mike Maignan,
if we had the choice,
Hernandez, Giroud, Leao, Origi,
Larry, real quick.
Selemakers, Calabria. What is the other guy? Rebic. They are not available. What do you want me to tell about those friends?
If we had Tuchel, if we had the option to bring in Tuchel or Pochettino or a coach like that, of course, I would take them right now in a heartbeat.
But I don't think, to be honest, to be fair to Pioli, to be fair to Pioli, you let him go through the derby. I think after the derby, whatever result that is, if it's a draw, you keep him. If it's anything that a draw or a victory, you have to let him go. You can't continue like that.
Okay. We're not saying Pioli's going to fix it, guys. We're not saying Pioli's going to fix it. We're saying he's going to try to fix it. I give him until the second Tottenham game, and then I'm done. If he doesn't fix it,
until the second Tottenham game, bro.
I wish they gave
until the second Tottenham game. Until the second Tottenham game, we might be 13th in the league.
I wish y'all give CDK. Watch this though. What's really gonna fuck y'all up is when Juve goes ahead of us in the table. That's when
Juve didn't win today, man. Juve is not winning a game by accident.
But
Bilal, listen to me. This is registered, so you can come back to this one. If Pioli keeps making the same mistake, so does not try any formation change, and does not get any result, let's say 4 games. Let's give 4 games to Pioli.
Yeah.
So
can we all agree?
Yeah.
Can we all agree on that?
Serie A, 4 games.
Serie A. Ignore the Champions League because ignore. Yeah,
Champions
I
League
agree.
Is...
Yeah, ignore the Champions League because we're not a Champions League side. So just ignore that. In terms of Serie A,
how offensive that is! How offensive that is!
We're not though. Come on, let's face reality. We're a new side to the Champions League.
I feel offended, but it's true.
Right. Okay.
Okay,
so,
Yanni. Go and get a margarita and chill out.
We got 6 Milan fans, 6 Milan fans on the same page. I think we accomplished a lot tonight.
Yeah.
No, listen, hey, guys.
Listen to me. I want to finish with these 4 games. So if in 4 games Pioli does a disaster or whatever happened, we don't get enough points to get back in track, I'm gonna be like, I'm sure Maldini is gonna fire him anyway. But I'm gonna be one. Maldini, you need to fire this guy because he's lost the plot.
Yeah.
But if Pioli gets back the team on track, you guys
then
are
he's
gonna
got till the end of the season.
Okay, but that's so unfair.
All right.
Why?
Yeah, look,
but for me, let me add this though. Let me add this though.
Why?
For me, even if we lose the next 3 games, right, it has to be in a fashion where it's at least a 1-0. If we're conceding at least 2-3 goals, you have to go.
Yeah,
you have to go.
No, Clint, 4 games. If you get 9 points, that means you're back in track. You're back in track. I'm okay with Pioli to keep him Pioli. I don't want just at the end of the season.
Liao, I agree with that. Yeah, what I would say with you is, I said after Roma, this is the beginning of the end for Pioli after that Roma game because I knew what was going to come and I predicted we were going to lose today. And
I'm going to tell Bilal knew before everyone else. Well done. You
don't need to look, Liat. We're all
but I'm going to tell you that. But you should tell. You cannot every time Pioli goes well and he does a good job, like let's say 3 months winning a lot of games. You cannot tell me.
For me,
Pioli's never going to win the Champions League.
Man.
That's not fair.
No, I
think at the beginning of the season there was already some signs, but another thing that was really worrisome was I'm telling you those friendly forms. Like when you go on, you conceive that, especially that PSV game. Okay, I understand it's a friendly. People are not in position, but you can't even go and score and get a response. I mean, you're losing against these sides. That was, for a team, quote unquote, that agree with it or not, that we're calling young. That starts having an impact on the form. And here we are at the end of January with our fears we had, and they were like, "Oh no, chill out. It's just the beginning. Ain't got nothing to do." Here we are now.
Do you know
the fuck we are? And even Saturday, how many of you guys that came and said, "Oh no, we're gonna beat Sassuolo. There's no way we're in San Siro."
I say we're gonna beat Sassuolo.
There we go. There we go.
Liat, look,
but because I thought he's gonna play with 3 midfielders. I thought he's gonna play with 3 midfielders.
Okay, so
I told you he wouldn't.
Okay,
I knew it.
If we give, let's say we give Pioli another 4 games and he does really well, and we give him till the end of the season and we finish top 4. What my bigger issue is do you know when Arteta first started with Arsenal? Everyone was saying, "Oh, he's shit. He's losing games." And then Pep Guardiola came out, and Mourinho even. There's an interview on YouTube if you watch it. Just type in Mourinho Arteta. He says in an interview, he goes, "I'm gonna fear Arsenal next season because whilst Arsenal are playing shit under Arteta, he's building something there. You can see something happening, and right now, I can't see what Pioli's tactics are." What the team is going I can't see the spark saying, okay, we were a bit unlucky. I can see how we're playing. I can see this counter-attacking football style. I can't see anything. I can't
see. Just scared, man. He's scared.
Bilal, but we played good football before with Pioli.
Yes, we did, but since Roma, can you arguably say that this is the tactics Milan are playing with?
But, okay, Bilal. For 2 years and a half, we played decent football in Serie A. Decent football.
Agreed.
Really good football.
Agreed.
For 1 month, we have not played that football. We played really shit football.
Yes.
For that month, you wanna fire Pioli.
I'm saying that we need a radical change because of the manner in which we're losing.
No, listen to me. This is a team that every summer. This is a team that every summer is built to finish top 4. It's not built to win the league. You know that. Red John knows that. Everyone knows in this life that this team, the finances they put behind, is a team to finish top 4.
Agreed.
And what I'm telling you, with Pioli, if he manages to finish top 4, you keep him. The moment the ambition of the ownership change and they build a team to win the league and challenge for Champions League, I'm gonna be the first one get Pioli out of there because he's gonna make a disaster.
When we started this season, Maldini was asked, "What's your goal for this season?" and he said to retain the Scudetto. Now, Pioli's interview said we need to finish.
What about the fact? Okay, what about the fact? Because saying we need to win the Scudetto, but actually doing something to win the Scudetto, are just two things combined. Did Maldini do something to win the Scudetto?
Liao, if I give you a title-winning team and I tell you this year's objective is to win the league again,
No, Bilal. Pioli gave
The
to
best
Maldini a
coaches got
title-winning
fired.
team.
Like the best coaches got
No,
fired. Like
dude,
you
I'm
know,
not saying
Pioli's not
Pioli is
immune.
good. No, but you guys are saying something that is not true. Pioli gave to Maldini a title-winning team.
I
Yes.
agree with that.
I'm
Guess
sorry,
what?
guys. That is the
Ancelotti won the Champions League with Madrid. The next season, the beginning of the next season, then he got fired and they put his assistant in as Zinedine Zidane. Pioli's not immune. Sometimes you gotta.
No, they put Mourinho. They put Mourinho. They didn't put his assistant. They put Mourinho.
No. When Ancelotti got fired, it was Zidane. It wasn't Mourinho. Mourinho was gone. Mourinho was the first wave.
Mourinho was first before Ancelotti.
He was there before Ancelotti. When Ancelotti got fired, they put Zidane.
It was Zidane.
Okay.
But
so,
listen,
did Maldini give a team to Pioli to win it back the Scudetto?
No, he gave him a worse team.
Did Pioli give
so is it
got a
Maldini's
70
fault?
million striker? The team that is winning the league
So
has
even
a
if it's
70 million
Maldini's
striker.
fault, right? He also needs to be in question, and they need to fire all of them. At this point, I don't even fucking care.
Okay.
No, I'm not saying it's Maldini's fault. I'm saying Maldini is giving to Pioli a team that has to finish top 4. The team we have is a top 4 team. Why you guys are getting upset? Why Pioli is not finished? Is not winning it? Why are you guys fucking getting upset? That is mad.
Hold on, lie. Would you not fucking get upset when you gain this much goals? Bro, don't act like we're overreacting, bro. We're not overreacting. When you look at
you want to fire a guy. No, Clint, you are overreacting because you want to fire a guy that the first year finished top 4, second. The second year won the league. And he's having a bad month. He's having 1 month that is bad, and you want to fire him. That is overreacting.
I gotta agree with Lion. I agree with Lion.
Guys, if they fire you at your work for the same reason, that is overreacting. If I work well for 3 years,
this is a good point that Lion makes, to be honest.
Lion, you have to put.
Listen,
you have to bear in mind.
That makes a good point here.
Yeah, it's a good point. But you have to bear in mind that
the problem is that we have a limited time, and in order for us to reach our goals, which now became from getting the Scudetto again to the top 4, if you keep on failing for 4 more matches in Serie A, that goal becomes very, very hard.
No, I say if he wins, then he gets back on track, and he is the Milan that used to be before.
But
that's what I'm saying.
Sure, maybe, but it's going to be very hard for him to win if next 2 matches are.
But if he does that, people still want him.
If he does it, sure.
No, I didn't say that, Leah. I said if in the next 4 games we lose and he's changed tactics or he stays with the same tactics, he's got to go. But if he manages to win against Inter, Torino, and the next couple of games in the Serie A, then we give him till the end of the season. And then at that point, we have to reevaluate because every team reevaluates at the end of the season. What my point is the manner in which we're losing.
And I agree with you. And I think that's any fan's problem as well. It's not just the defeat. It's how we're losing.
No, but if Pioli lost 4 games on the trot and they were all 1-0 or 2-1,
and then that's where you can say, okay, we're unlucky. We can understand.
Look, that's fine. That happens with every single team. But when you've got the players that are not performing for you, and they're in that home stadium where all the Curvasola cheering
in front of
you on.
70,000 fans.
Yeah, in front of fans. Look, I can't even explain to you the level of embarrassment when your players don't turn up.
I know you say if we win if we win all these games, Torino, Inter, I'll come on the stream and I'll strip naked for everyone. We're not gonna do that, man. With this coach, we're not gonna do that.
I hope we don't win them, though.
Yeah,
man.
We're not gonna.
You might get us banned.
Now I really want us to win.
Look,
now I want us to win, man.
Listen,
this guy, man. It's not even the players underperforming. This guy keeps on playing guys like Tatarusanu, man. Every single Romanian
we have a
hates this
third
guy.
goalie, don't we? Who's our third goalie?
He's a fucking meme in Romania, man, and he keeps on playing him. He's playing fucking Gabia. Is Gabia a defender, man? Every time he gets spun on, man. Spun like a Beyblade. What the fuck is he doing?
We're giving him 4 games. 4 games.
Who is gonna play?
4 games. We're gonna give him 4
Chow's
more
better.
games.
The new goalkeeper. Why the fuck did they get him? Man? Why is Vrax not playing? Why is he not playing?
Sorry, I'm sorry, man. Sorry, 1 second. Just to repeat, just to process what you're saying. You saying we should fire Pioli because he's not playing a random dude from Venezuela and
No,
a
no,
19
don't
years
put
old
words in my mouth.
Serie
No,
B
no, no.
German.
Do not
That's
put
what you
words in my mouth.
actually. That's
Don't
what you
defend
actually
blindly.
say.
Do not defend
That's what you
blindly.
actually
Do not
say.
defend blindly. Don't defend blindly. Don't put words in my mouth.
I'm not
I'm saying
defending
it's
him
a
blindly.
factor.
I'm just saying.
I am saying it's a
I'm
factor.
not
I'm
defending
saying
him
it's a
blindly.
factor.
The fact is, you are saying Pioli should get fired because a random dude from Venezuela is not playing.
No, he's from
and
Colombia.
A B,
Stop.
19
No, no,
years
no,
old
no.
from
No,
Germany.
do not put words. Don't spin it. Don't spin it. Everyone here
You
understands
didn't
what I
say
said.
that. You
It's a
didn't say
factor.
that.
I said it is a
Now he's a Serie
factor.
B German
It's a
player.
huge factor.
Now he's a
It's a huge
Serie
factor.
B German player.
No,
And
no.
that guy, I don't know what it is.
It
That's
is a
wrong.
huge factor because no mentally stable person keeps
No.
on picking Tatarushan every single game, man. It doesn't
No,
happen.
guys, you are mad. You guys are
No,
crazy.
I don't. I
I'm
don't
sorry,
agree
man.
with that.
You
I
guys,
think.
guys,
I think.
Come
1st
on,
of
man.
January, we didn't give 5 million to buy Sportiello. Maldini is going to
Can I-
buy it tomorrow.
Can
That
I
is
ask?
saying
shit
I
is
was an
insane, too.
idiot.
When
I
I think
was
about
wrong.
it, like we can't even get a second string goalkeeper, bro. What the fuck?
That is Pioli's fault.
Yeah.
Apparently. But you know what? I'm going to sleep, guys, because it's late. And
All right.
you guys know my opinion.
Suri, before you joined, we all agreed that we're going to give him 4 more league games. And if nothing changes and we're conceding, that like the way we've been conceding, we want a new coach.
I mean,
And
you gotta
actually,
go listen to also to all the Milan community. You know, I'm fortunate enough, you know, as a French speaker, I'm within that French Milan community, and they feel the fucking same way, like the way I feel about things, and some of you guys feel that it's time for him to go. So at the end of the day, nobody is really deluded or, you know, it's crazy.
it's not a crazy opinion. Yeah, it's not a crazy opinion.
It's not. So it's
So-
like people feel the same way. You go right now in the different spaces, and I'm pretty sure, I don't know about Italy, but I'm pretty sure it's gonna be the fucking same. Like, it's
And
just.
can we
at this
agree on
point-
one more thing, Clint? One more thing. If we do give him until the end of the season, do we all agree that we want to see a new top level coach come in next season, no matter
I mean,
what?
you're gonna have to, because whatever mentality the Americans have put themselves into, because I understand people like Redbird, they need to uphold to their stupid ass shareholders or whoever they have that have stake within this team. They're going to have to implement something. You can't go based off your sad. You need data and what's the facts on the field, you know. But you need to have insight when it comes down to the game, which I feel like they don't have. They're just going based off reports. Like anybody, you know, that work in corporate America, what you'll know is like you give a partner like a SOP, and he look at it and he's going based off what he's seeing on the screen. Sometimes in football, it doesn't always translate to what you actually when you actually watch the game. You know, the numbers not always justifiable. Yes, it does now, but not all the time. And I think they need a bit of both. Meaning, Jerry needs to be at more games, or he needs to have representatives need to be at the games. Not hearing like, oh, but this, or they bring him reports, because I think he's making a lot of his decisions based on that, and that's why. And also, they're not helping themselves, because also with the limited budget, right? The people they're going and getting, you understand? They're not. I mean, you go and you get a Florenzi, they look at it.
How long? Sorry, Clint.
Right.
How long you gonna give time to the new coach?
If the new coach comes
whole
in,
season.
At this point,
a whole season,
we need a continuity.
Yes.
We need somebody that's already pre-made if we can.
I don't want to change. I don't want to change the coach unless it's a top level coach. I don't want to change the coach unless it's a top level coach.
Quick question: Whose face emoji is the guy with the grey jacket, black hoodie?
That's Rock.
Rock talks sense.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, Rock. I've not spoke to you before. I've been on this chat before, but yeah, Rock. Yeah, thanks for sharing your views. You talk a lot of sense.
Damn,
man.
so
Yeah, but
we
the top
all
coach is
do
not gonna come at
sometimes.
Milan. The top coach is not gonna come at Milan. At least
and the reason what I was saying that, right? I was looking at those available coaches. Here's what my Tuchel argument earlier in the WhatsApp. Knowing that Tuchel's desires is to go to a Barcelona or a Madrid, you can put that in his clause. You can have even Tuchel come for 6 months, steady our ship, and get somebody that he can probably recommend. They'll fall in his work. I know that sounds like crazy or deluded, but hey, I think as long as these guys are available, you can go and poach them while they start the market. They might think about it.
Look, the same thing. This happens all the time in football. What happens with the Milan board? What they have to realize is right now we've got a side that's performing really bad, but we're still technically in the top 4. So a manager,
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, a manager looking in may go, actually, I could turn this team round, finish in the Champions League, and I've got a Champions League side. I've got a Champions League side I can manage next season. But if we start slipping to 7th, 8th, and we're having to fight for 4th position, you're not going to attract the best managers because they may turn it around and go, it's too much of a risk, and I don't want to spend the whole season not playing Champions League football.
And then also the implications, what you're doing now also is going even into the summer market now. All these people now, maybe a Zaniolo you want to go for. Now he doesn't want to come to you.
And do you know why?
You're not playing Champions League.
Do you know why after 4 games we need a new manager?
See you guys. Have a good night.
All right. Thanks, Leo. The reason why we need a new manager after 4 games is because you want to see that new manager invest and build in the team and get used to the culture all the way till the end of the season. And then I want the board to invest in that manager and give him the money for the players that he wants to build his team.
Yeah, I agree.
So you can have one or the other. You're not going to get both with Redbird. You're either going to get money to invest in a top manager, or you're going to get money to invest in the market. You're not going to.
I'm not saying it has to be a top manager. It can be someone completely unknown.
I'm looking
No,
at
I rather have a top manager and less investment in the market. If you can convince a top manager with a high salary,
here's your investment.
I prefer that.
Here's your investment next season. If we're going to plow our money into a young attacking, good style play football, this is what you get rid of. Get rid of Leao, get rid of Giroud, get rid of Messias, get rid of Gabbia, get rid of Calabria, get rid of Tatarsano. Who else have I missed out? Rebic.
They have contracts, blah. They all have contracts.
No. But if you could sell them, you could sell them as well.
Oh,
Rebic hasn't even used. So I think
we don't know how to sell
last year.
We do not know how to sell players.
Rock, you're right there. We don't know how to sell because when you let someone like Kessie, Hakan, and Ramanoli all go for free without a single penny, it's disgraceful. We could have easily bagged 80 million plus for them 3.
You think InvestCorp is still interested in buying the club?
I think anybody will be interested in buying Milan because one thing you got to understand is where Milan is located as a team, people that have investments within that city and want to come and invest in Italy, you put on the market, somebody will, will come and buy it. The only problem is just the way probably Serie A is formatted. Here's the thing. With Milan, we rather have owners. I don't want teams that have shareholders. I'm not a fan. Now I'm looking at all. I'm not a fan of that. I'm not a fan of having a bunch of shareholders in the thing because I think it hinders the sporting side of the team.
Yeah, but
they're in it for the money. I think when you have some of these owners, even though I say it's not really sustainable, I'd rather an European or somebody from the Middle East, to be honest. At this point, I'm be honest.
That's what Milan's board have been doing with all these marketing strategies and what Casidas has been doing. You're getting these big money contracts and sponsors so that someone can come in and go, this is a good club with a good market value, a good fan share, and the actual value is increasing because they've got a new Emirates deal or they've got a new deal with some sponsorship. And the marketing-wise, they're expanding all across Asia and America as well. That's going to attract big investors, and I think that's what the club are doing.
Whatever it is, it's just whatever data they're using. We need to start. He needs to come in clear. The only thing I think will allow the fans to calm down is for Cardinale, come out, or somebody within his board that's close to him needs to come out and give clarity to the fans because the fans have to play a big factor in this going forward because they spend their money, man. If you don't have no fans, nobody's going to your stadiums. You're not going to go nowhere. And Milan is a lifestyle, bro. It's more than a mere franchise team. And needs to get to their head, but I think they're going to find out the hard way, and I think they're going to know about it soon.
Yeah, but look, if we don't,
100%.
If the fans don't see big investments in the transfer windows, the least expectation from them is that we actually play good football. Now, when we don't have the signings and then we don't play good football, that's when you start thinking as a fan, oh shit, we're so far behind.
It's even crazy to me, like right now, the Enzo Fernandez deal is back on for Chelsea. So They're willing to play ball. So
Well,
what they're
those
going to
two-
see in the
those-
market, I think the
those-
only reason where Benfica is going to deny is because they won't be able to probably get a replacement since the window is closing. But it's back. You know,
those two things are inextricable. You have to invest in the market in order to continue playing good football.
No,
you can't
not
let
necessarily.
other teams improve.
No, not necessarily.
Other teams are improving, and our
no.
squad list is worse.
No,
we can't play better football if our
you
squad
don't
list
have
is worse
to-
than the previous season.
You don't have to necessarily buy the best players to play good football. For example, you could still play and compete at least to the top 4 with the current Milan side without investing big. Because even if you lose 1-0, 2-1, you're still a competitive side. But when you're losing 5-2 against a relegation side, and then on top of that, you've got no scope of improving your side, the fans have to question, where the fuck are this club going to go? And why the hell am I supporting a team that isn't moving forward? Because what are you cheering for then? You're not cheering new signings. None of us are going out and buying a fucking Tata Rossano goalkeeper jersey. And none of us are watching us get hammered by Sassuolo. So as a fan, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, I know, I get it. But when you lose, you get 0 points. It doesn't matter if you lose 1-0 or 5-0. I'm just thinking to myself, with this exact same squad, are you actually winning these games with a better coach? I don't even know.
This squad is capable.
We have Gabia starting, man. Tata and Gabia are starting.
Because listen, with this squad, when you look at Ibrahim Diaz, when you look at a CDK, when you look at Leao, when you look at a Tonali, at Benacer, these are talented players, bro. They're no fluke. They're not no support, dude. These players are talented.
I'm sorry, but Brahim Diaz has been really good this season. He's worked hard. He's been unlucky in certain games. He's always been involved in attacking plays. No one can shit on Brahim Diaz this year. In fact, I would go out and buy him.
And that's why I'm saying these are all top level. Like, these are top of the crop. Like, a lot of these guys start even on a lot of teams. You know, believe it or not,
guys. That's
but
cap.
no, what I'm trying to get at is
cap. You're capping.
All of you are capping. How am I capping? When you look at Alessandro Tonali, right? When you look at a Benacer, when you look at a Leao, they don't have starting.
They're not playing that good, man. Man, they're not playing that good. Stop.
No,
guys.
we can say we're not, but listen,
Diaz is not playing that good.
In terms of like the players we have, yeah, they're not playing that good, but the players we have at this point in time, it comes down to tactics. It comes down to what the coach is doing with them.
Who's our best?
You can blame the players how you want, but it comes down to
who's our best 5 players this season.
You know, how do you explain when you explain like a Giroud? They just came out of a good World Cup.
No.
I think the players are underperforming, man.
No, who's our best 5 players this season?
Well, are you talking about the whole season, or are you talking about the last?
The whole season. The whole season.
Leao was there.
Leao for sure. I'll put
Giroud.
Benacer. Leao, Benacer.
Yep.
I'll put Giroud.
Yep.
I'll put Diaz for sure.
Yep.
And
that's
I
it.
can't think about somebody else, man.
That's it.
Theo Hernandez? I don't know.
Tonali.
Yeah, Tonali,
no.
Yes. It's debatable, but Tonali, yes.
Yeah, but if you want the 5th player out of everyone, it's probably Tonali, the 5th person.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
Right, that's our 5 players, the best 5 players this season. So going back to Diaz, is he performing good this season? Yes, he is. He's one of our best players this season.
They're not good enough, man. They're not good enough.
No, they're good enough.
Rocky means in comparison. Rocky means in comparison to the other players.
I know. I'm just doom and gloom right now.
I know. I think we all are, but look, I think we just give it 4 games. To be honest, we're losing against Inter. We've got no hope in hell against Torino, and I swear to God, I don't even want to watch Tottenham because Conte is going to give us an arse. Conte is going to sow Pioli another arsehole.
And my thing is like, why the fuck is Calabria crying and putting his hand down like you apologizing? You should have thought about all this stuff and do it on the fucking field, bro. Like, people like them, that's why, man, sometimes, man, if they were in Africa, man, some like in Ivory Coast, what they used to do early 2000s, they used to spank players. They bring them to fucking military camp and they get fucking spanked. I'm being serious, bro. Look, the African players that don't prefer the African Cup of Nations, they bring them to a fucking camp. Some of them got fucking spanked.
Look, Calabria, I don't know what's happened to him, but he is nowhere near the standard that he was before.
He's chronically injured, Bilal. He's
I think
chronically injured.
the injuries are taking a toll on him because he's lost his pace. He's lost a few yards. He's a bit like Abate. Do you remember Abate used to be amazing, and then
He used to be great.
he became injured, and then he lost some pace, and that's it. Defenders were running past him. And I think the same with Calabria. He's getting spun every game.
And that's my problem a bit with that's my problem with the Italian. I don't know. That's one insight I don't have on, which I'm gonna do research on, is just like the physicality of Italian players, period. Overall.
Well,
what is that about?
I've got a statistic for you. In the Italian league, when we compare the actual play time against other leagues in Europe, we are appalling. The reason for that is we don't have the physicality to play 80-90% of the actual game. If you work out, there's one game this season where the actual play time was in a Milan game was less than 45 minutes. That means half of the game, the ball was out of the fucking pitch.
This game this morning was horrible, man. Like Sassuolo, it was ridiculous, and it was really bad.
Because if you're paying close attention, is you start to know even across teams, Italian players in specific struggle with physicality nowadays. Like they're not physical enough in terms of like endurance.
Look, so they have to cry. They have to get sympathy early in the game so that they're protected.
There's a bigger problem. There's a really bigger problem. Do you know, if you just watch Inter or you watch Roma, you will see a compact side who have a clear formation, who pass the ball around, play long ball or short passes or triangle football. You can see what they're doing to break down teams. All Milan do is sideways passing, pass to Rossano. He holds on the ball for about 5 minutes, and then the defenders side pass, realize they're under press, and then we long ball. Or Hernandez or Leao will get the ball and run aimlessly, not deciding where to go. Players fall out of position, and then when it comes to a counter-attack, we're 3-on-3 or 4 against 3. There's no tactics whatsoever.
And there has to be, though. It's not possible for them to train every day together and for there to be no tactics.
So
these players, what is going through their heads?
So I'll tell you what happens. So Mike Tyson said you can train for 2 months for a boxing fight, but the second you go in the ring and someone punches you square on the face, all of your tactics go out the corner. That's the same thing with Milan. What happens is the second they are tested in defense and they crumble, all of the tactics.
I use the analogy. The reason why I say, Trez not as a tactician, I use that analogy of a student, right? I'm an economics guy. You might not even master the whole theory, especially if you're doing like econometrics, the statistics portion, right? There's a lot of math related. If you don't master too much of it, right, you go into a test and you study for that particular section of the test, you're going to ace it. And I think that's what happened to Pioli. You ace that section. The moment they give you another test, back to back within, and they start tweaking now certain methodologies that will require you to bring out actual, how witty you are. Like going
it shows your weakness.
So we saw that. That's a great point. We saw that against Liverpool when we were 2-1 up against Liverpool. Rebic scored and Brahim Diaz, and then at half time, Klopp threw on Henderson, and he had another midfielder in there, and he blocked all the channels of Milan's play. Leao was out of the game, and they fucked us. And Pioli didn't have an answer, and that's the same repeated pattern all the time. The teams have seen Milan play and realized what they need to do. And I mentioned it in the chat on WhatsApp. The second Sassuolo scored 1 goal, their coach grabbed their players and he said, keep pressing, go for the second, because they know when we're 1-0 down, our balls fucking drop. And when our balls are dropped, that's it.
And that's what he said. And that's what did Dionisi said. He said he just gave me his players simple instructions.
Yeah.
Everybody knows Milan is struggling. They understood what to do. And if you look in the manner we're conceding the goals, it's almost like rehearsal. It's like all the teams got together in a secret society somewhere on fucking planet Mars, and they were like, "Yo, this is how you need to score on Milan," and they're like, "Okay," and then they go back.
They smell blood in the water.
They know we can't play out from the back, so they press us, and eventually when they press us, so long as they keep a compact 4 and 2 defensive midfielders and their attacking players press us, they know we're going to crumble. And when we crumble and let one goal in, they do the same again, and then we find ourselves 2-0 down. When we're 2-0 down, the players think, gung-ho, we can't sit back now, we have to go up. And when they push up, you find our defenders running back, not able to keep up on the counter, and then there's 3, 4, 5, and that's what's been happening over the last 4 weeks.
Because we have like 3 key players that used to help us with the whole construction at the back, right? You have your Manyan, you have Benacer, and Kiar before the injury, of course. He those long balls he can foresee. When you look at somebody like a Tomori, he's really hesitant on the ball. He does not have the thinking. He's not confident enough to drive the ball and conduct play. It's always risky, and I paid attention to him. That's a player I watched the most when I watched the Milan game. The way he moves, and when the ball's at his feet, he's so hesitant, doesn't know what to do. He's gonna pass it back, or he's confused, and you've seen the amount of mistakes he'll do sometimes. Put it back within the box where he puts it in a really risky area. And he's been a big culprit in a lot of our things. And yes, he's not there. It's a whole thing, but it's him and Tatarushano. Like, for me, are the 2 guys that I look at, and it just hurts me.
And that has an impact on Kalulu, who's arguably our best defender, because now Kalulu's playing shit and doing mistakes because the impact of the other players around him, like Calabria, that's not being able to chase his winger. So Kalulu's forced out of possession, and they cross the ball in, and their number 10 is on the edge of the box and slot in a goal. It's just simple football, but we've just lost our heads. And because when the players lose their heads and the coach doesn't have an answer, it requires a change. That's all I'm saying, and I can see that now, and I can see for the next 4
players similar to that style to threaten their position. That's what makes team competitive.
Well, I still think
a player needs to have that fear of losing his spot. Because I'm getting into an impression now. People that resign, when Salamakers resign, I think his form completely
they're too comfortable.
And if I'm pretty sure some people don't rate Salamakers, I rate him. But I feel like when he signed, he got extremely awful. Then now he's probably picking back up. When I look at Theo resigned, hasn't been the same. I mean, Benacer just signed. I don't know what's going to lead him to, where you feel like, okay, you're locked in for this amount of years. Now there's no hunger. And players need fear, man. They need fear.
Do you remember when Theo had the armband, and Alex has just mentioned this, and he's just had a baby boy, or I think he had a baby boy.
Yes, a baby boy.
The guy was playing like a man possessed, because when you gave him that armband, he said, fuck this is my team. I'm going to show you who Theo Hernandez is. And he played awesome. Give the armband to him, drop Calabria, put Kalulu on the right, and give Kier a chance in the middle with Tomori. That's something that Pioli might need to do, or he may need to switch to a 3 midfield. He just needs to change things around.
Right now, I think I'll give the armband to Tonali, to be honest. If you're
you can't, because Theo's our vice, isn't he?
But even right now, if I look at a player, even though he still try to display character, something about Tonali is just, yes, he might
he's our future captain, but Theo, when he has the armband, is a completely different player.
Yeah, because Calabria, for me, is just like, what he did today, to me, is too weak, bro. You don't come and cry and stop.
Did you see Calabria? He was never the one talking to the ref. Tonali came in and pushed Calabria away so he could talk to the ref.
Yeah,
that's embarrassing.
He's not. Calabria's not the most vocal leader on the pitch.
Well, we have a rule. Whoever has the most caps is the captain. But Calabria has 200 caps in 1 million appearances. Diaz has 100 caps in only 2 seasons.
Just
to show you how often Calabria is injured.
Right. When I think about a Baresi, when I think about Maldini taking over, even the Ambrosi, bro, these are men. These are men. Right? What the fuck are you coming? You crying? You putting your hands down, bro? What the fuck was that? And that's actually what pissed me off throughout the whole game. Not even the score.
Do you know
what is he doing?
Here's another observation. I'm sure other people have made it as well. Messias can't play 90 minutes. He's physically not fit for 90 minutes. He's never played 90 minutes. He can't do it.
Hell?
He played 36 games at Crotone. The season he signed for us, he played 36 games with them.
Yeah. He can't play 90 minutes.
He's been carrying refrigerators, man, for how many years?
No, when you're 31,
they're heavy.
Yeah, no, it's not even that. I just don't think. Remember when he first joined us, he needed about 4 months to get to fitness.
Yeah, because you
Yeah.
know you're playing at as an amateur level.
Yeah,
you know,
but
when you never started professional, right? It's kind of like if I had to start playing professional sport and then if I peak right now at my age, I'll be close to where the fuck Messias will be like,
yeah,
dude,
yeah.
you got
So
there. You're the best.
so
That's it.
he's a part-time player. That's what I refer to him as, because he'll give you 45 minutes of good football. Salamakers, if he didn't get knocked in the face by Krunic, he puts in a shift. So I don't. He's not going to score you millions of
I think
goals.
Salamakers will be a good if he'll be a good wing back, man.
He will. He's
Hold on. On this Salamaker's point, can you guys hear this? Let me play a recorded message from the WhatsApp. This shit is hilarious. Hold on. Tell me if you can hear this.
What is Salamaker doing, man? He has a
Can you hear that?
card and he's acting
Yeah.
like a tough guy. Fucking get back to your position, you prick. You fucking ugly. I had enough with this league, man. With these fucking players, man. With this shit league. Fuck this shit, man.
Who's that?
2 minutes,
It's
everybody
Floki,
protesting.
man.
Listen.
Team in their team. This shit.
Floki, he's just at the group chat.
Fucking shit.
Lads, we're not going to solve Milan's problems overnight, so I'm going to bounce. It's about nearly midnight over here in Manchester, but if I'll
right,
sure
guys.
to join in after we get thumped by Inter, and
We're winning, man. We're winning. Messias
Yeah.
is going to score the winning goal against Inter, guys.
He's not going to last past 45 minutes.
Yeah, I'm gonna go finish Soccer Economics, that 2022 edition. I'm getting some valuable information, and I'll come share more with y'all. But it's some cool stuff they have in there.
See if you can figure out how we can afford a top coach and a transfer campaign with no money. See if we can figure that out.
No, but one of the main things they actually tackle a lot of stuff. You have to do it with data, though. That's like they're adamant on that. Like the authors of it, they say all the teams, no matter if you're a top team, lower team, you have to go balls deep in with the data and the sports stat. They're all about that data. They don't care. You have to really look. You got to invest in that. That's really in the chapters I'm in right now. That's like the biggest thing. Like it's they're going based off the data for a lower level, and they exponentially try to. And I think that's what Milan is doing. But I don't know to what effect. But that's what their data.
So, in case any of you guys don't know, I'm in law, so I'm thinking of applying to a job in AC Milan to deal with all the players' contracts, and hopefully I get that job and work with.
Boy, if you get that, don't forget about
nice.
us, man. Which I want to apply. I want to apply to Milan. When I wanted to send my CV, but I was like, nah, I'm good here.
I tried to start a Milan Academy youth team in PA, but the people I was communicating with, they didn't speak English, so we had a really hard time translating our emails.
Damn.
And we just couldn't figure it out.
Yeah, Bilal, but that's interesting, man. I'm in trade. I'm in trade law, trade compliance. So import export, but I did it. I consider myself an economist, though. I didn't go to law school.
Bilal, can you give us a scoop?
Huh?
You come here if you get the job. You come here and you give us a scoop.
For sure.
They're gonna make that boy sign NDAs. They're gonna be like, hey, no,
you got to make a new account and change your name.
Yeah, I'll have to go anonymous, but I'll keep loyal to this channel because this channel has served me well. I lost my voice several times when we were celebrating last year's.
No, this is more. It's. I think it's a good channel because it allows like fans, people to interact, and you get to a different point of view instead of having just one person run a monologue in the chat. I think
it's always fun. It's always fun to piss off Roy and Liat sometimes as well.
Yeah, it is.
Anyway,
all right,
lads, I'm gonna go. Take it easy.
All right.
Yep.
Good night, guys.
Have a good night.
Peace.
Yep. All right, Roy. I'm out. So nobody's here.
All right, Clint. All right.
Yep.
Thank you for joining today.
Yep.
All right, guys. Everybody in chat, thank you for joining us. Please like, subscribe, and do all that good stuff. We'll see you on the next one. Win or lose, always awesome.